Hey guys! Tonight we begin a journey into one of history's most peculiar periods, where a tiny piece of paper could make or break your entire social existence. Imagine living in a world where you couldn't just text someone, couldn't call them on the phone, couldn't even knock on their door without following an elaborate ritual involving a card the size of your palm. A world where folding the corner of that card the wrong way could accidentally tell someone you were mourning their death when you only meant to say hello. Welcome to the Victorian era, where gentlemen carried their social survival in their breast pockets, and one wrong move with a calling card could brand you as a social outcast forever. So before we dive into this fascinating story together, I would really appreciate it if you could take just a moment to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I'm sharing with you tonight. And I am curious, where are you watching this from right now? Are you tucked in bed in New York, relaxing on a couch in California? Or perhaps somewhere across the ocean? Drop a comment and let me know. I love hearing from you. Now, dim those lights, let the world fade away, maybe turn on a gentle fan for that soft background sound, and let us step back in time together. Tonight is going to be quite a ride. Picture this. It is a crisp afternoon in London, 1875. A young gentleman named Edward stands nervously outside an elegant townhouse on Berkeley Square. In his gloved hand, he clutches something that weighs almost nothing but carries the weight of his entire future. A small cream-coloured card measuring roughly 3.5 inches by 2.5 inches. It is made of the finest cardstock money can buy. Engraved in elegant script are just two simple things: his name, Mr. Edward Thornton, and at the bottom, in smaller text, his gentleman's club, the Reform Club. This card, this tiny rectangle of paper, is about to determine whether Edward will ever be welcomed into polite society by the family inside. Whether he will have any chance at all of courting Miss Charlotte, the beautiful daughter of the house, whether his business connections will flourish or wither. All of this, riding on how he handles the next 5 minutes. You see, in the Victorian era, the calling card was not just a social nicety. It was the entire foundation of how people of a certain class communicated with each other. It was their social media, their text message, their email, and their formal introduction letter all rolled into one impossibly small package. And the rules surrounding its use were so complex, so intricate, so utterly crucial to master, that entire books were written just to explain how to use it properly. Thomas E. Hill, a professor who became something of a social etiquette guru in the 1870s and 1880s, wrote extensively about the calling card. He understood that in Victorian society you could have all the money in the world, you could have the finest education, you could be the most charming person in any room. But if you did not know how to properly leave a calling card, you were finished. Done. Excluded from the very society you were trying so desperately to enter. Let me take you deeper into Edward's moment of anxiety. He has been standing outside this door for 3 full minutes now. Not because he's afraid to knock, but because he is mentally reviewing every single rule he's ever learned about calling cards. And there are so many rules. First, the timing. Edward knows that he absolutely cannot call before 2 o'clock in the afternoon during winter, or before 3 o'clock during summer. The manual is crystal clear on this point. Morning visits, as they were called in fashionable parlance, actually meant afternoon. Calling before the proper hour would suggest that you did not understand basic social conventions. It would mark you as someone who belonged to a lower class, someone who worked with their hands perhaps, someone whose time was dictated by the rhythms of labour rather than leisure. Even though it is currently 3:15 in the afternoon, well within the acceptable window, Edward has been standing here rehearsing because he knows what comes next is even more delicate. He finally gathers his courage and lifts the brass knocker. A butler answers almost immediately. The man is impeccably dressed in black. his face a mask of professional neutrality. Without a word, the butler extends a silver tray toward Edward. This is the moment. Edward carefully places his calling card on the tray, making absolutely certain that it lies perfectly flat, that his name faces upward and is clearly readable. Now here is where it gets interesting. Edward has brought 3 cards with him today. One for Mr. Harrison, the master of the house, one for Mrs. Harrison, the lady of the house, and one for Miss Charlotte. According to the etiquette manuals, it's precisely correct. A gentleman on his first formal visit leaves 1 card for each adult member of the household he wishes to acknowledge. But there is a catch. He must not, under any circumstances, actually expect to be admitted on this first visit. The butler takes the tray and disappears into the house. Edward waits. This is the game, the ritual, the dance. He has left his card, which signals that he is a gentleman of proper standing, who wishes to be formally acknowledged by this family. Now the family will deliberate. They will examine his card, noting the quality of the paper, the style of the engraving, the club he belongs to. All of these details tell them volumes about who Edward really is. If they approve, if they decide he is worthy of their acquaintance, then in a few days Edward will receive calling cards at his own residence. Cards from Mr. Harrison and Mrs. Harrison. This will be their signal that he is welcome to call again, and that this time he might actually be invited inside. But here is what makes this system absolutely fascinating. The way you folded your calling card could change its entire meaning. This was the Victorian version of emojis, of text message tone, of reading between the lines. And getting it wrong could be catastrophic. Let me explain the folding system, because this is where things get delightfully complicated. If you folded down the upper right corner of your card, you were signalling congratulations. Perhaps someone in the household had just had a baby, or gotten engaged, or achieved some notable success. The folded upper right corner said, "I am here to share in your joy." Fold down the upper left corner, and you were indicating that you had called in person and were sorry to have missed them. This was the equivalent of a modern day, "Sorry I missed you, let's catch up soon." Fold down the lower left corner, and you were offering condolences. This was a card left when someone in the household had died or experienced some terrible loss. You would never actually visit a grieving family immediately after a death. That would be intrusive. Instead, you would send your card with the lower left corner folded, along with your deepest sympathies. Later, when the family felt ready to receive visitors again, they would send their cards to all those who had sent condolences, signalling that social calls could resume. Now here is where it gets even more intricate. If you folded down the lower right corner, you were saying goodbye. Perhaps you were leaving town for an extended period, or moving away permanently. This corner fold was your way of formally taking leave of your acquaintances. But what if there were multiple ladies in the household? Daughters, sisters, perhaps a widowed aunt living with the family? You had 2 options. You could leave a separate card for each lady, or you could fold down one corner of your single card to indicate that your visit was intended for all the ladies of the house. The etiquette manuals noted that leaving individual cards was considered in better taste, showing more personal attention to each person. And heaven help you if you got the folds confused. Imagine accidentally folding the condolence corner when you meant to offer congratulations. Imagine the horror on both sides. The family thinking you were somehow mocking them or suggesting something terrible had happened. You realizing too late that you had committed an unforgivable social blunder. There is actually a documented case from 1882 of a young gentleman in Boston who accidentally left a calling card with the condolence corner folded at a house where a couple had just announced their engagement. The confusion that followed was epic. The engaged couple thought perhaps he was suggesting their union was a terrible mistake. The young gentleman, when he realized his error, was absolutely mortified. He had to write several elaborate apology letters, send flowers, and essentially grovel his way back into their good graces. all because of a folded corner. But wait, there is more. The size of your card mattered enormously. A married gentleman's card was larger than an unmarried gentleman's card. This was non-negotiable, and all gentlemen's cards were smaller than ladies' cards. Why? Because gentlemen carried their cards in their breast pocket, and the cards needed to fit comfortably without creating an unseemly bulge in their jacket. Ladies, on the other hand, carried their cards in ornate card cases, often made of silver or mother-of-pearl, beautifully decorated. Since they had more space, their cards could be larger and more elaborate. The quality of the paper told its own story. Cheap paper, rough texture, poor quality engraving, these all screamed that you were not really a gentleman, that you were trying to climb above your station. The truly wealthy used thick, unglazed, ungilt paper. Simple, elegant, expensive in its very restraint. As one etiquette manual put it, a gentleman's card should be of medium size, unglazed, ungilt, and perfectly plain. And here is a detail that would absolutely blow the mind of anyone living today. You were expected to keep your calling cards in a specific state of pristine perfection. A bent corner, a smudge, a fingerprint, any of these imperfections could suggest carelessness, which in turn suggested poor breeding. Some gentlemen carried multiple card cases to ensure their cards remained perfect. One case for cards they intended to leave, another case for cards they had received and wanted to keep as references. Now, let us talk about the absolute nightmare scenario. Leaving someone else's card when they had not asked you to. One of the etiquette manuals, Etiquette for Americans, published in 1894, warned in no uncertain terms. Leaving other people's cards is a rather precarious business, and done at the caller's risk. It is not pleasant to meet your hostess driving in just as you sail out with the consciousness of having done a good stroke for a friend. Imagine this scenario. Your friend, let us call him Robert, has been meaning to call on the Wentworth family for weeks but keeps putting it off. You, being helpful, decide to leave Robert's card along with your own when you visit the Wentworths. You think you are doing Robert a favour, helping him maintain his social obligations without him having to actually do anything. But here is the problem. What if Robert never intended to call on the Wentworths? What if he's been avoiding them deliberately? What if there is some old grudge, some social awkwardness, some complicated history you know nothing about? Now you've just forced a social obligation on Robert without his permission. The Wentworths will expect Robert to actually visit now, since his card has been formally left. Robert will be furious with you for meddling, and if you happen to run into Mrs. Wentworth as you are leaving her house, with Robert's card freshly deposited on her hall tray, she might very well ask you pointed questions about Robert's intentions, questions you cannot answer. The whole thing becomes a mortifying mess. The calling card system was so important, so central to Victorian social life that wealthy families kept elaborate records of cards received. In grand houses, there would be a large silver tray in the entrance hall, and all calling cards left by visitors would be placed on this tray. The family would review the cards regularly, noting who had called, when they had called, and whether the corner folds indicated any special meaning. The most distinguished visitors' cards would be strategically placed on top of the pile, almost like a display. It was a way of advertising to other visitors, look at the important people who call on us. And this leads us to one of the most delicious social weapons of the Victorian era, the card receiver. This was essentially a decorative holder, often placed in the drawing room, where families displayed the calling cards they had received. It was the Victorian equivalent of name-dropping on social media. Oh, you think you're important? Well, Lord Pemberton left his card here just yesterday, see, right there in my card receiver. But the calling card system was not just about formal visits and social climbing. It had deeply practical purposes too. Remember, this was before telephones were common in homes. There was no way to quickly check if someone was home before you set out to visit them. and it would be incredibly rude to just show up unannounced and demand to see someone. So the calling card solved this problem elegantly. You would go to someone's house. If they were home and willing to receive you, wonderful. You would be admitted, your card would still be left with the servant as a record of your visit, and you would have your 15 to 20 minute social call. But if they were not home, or if they were home but not receiving visitors that day, the servant would simply tell you the lady or gentleman of the house was not at home. This phrase, "not at home," was understood by everyone to be a polite fiction. It did not necessarily mean the person was literally absent from the house. It meant they were not available to receive visitors at that moment, and that was perfectly acceptable. No offence was taken. You simply left your card and went on your way. But here is where the system gets even more sophisticated. There was a particular card that became wildly popular, especially among younger people looking to bend the rules just a little bit. They were called escort cards, or acquaintance cards, or sometimes flirtation cards, and they were absolutely scandalous. You see, the regular calling card system was formal, proper, and completely supervised by parents and chaperones. If a young gentleman wanted to get to know a young lady, he had to be formally introduced by someone of good standing. He had to call at her house at appropriate hours. He had to sit in the parlour with her mother present. Everything was controlled, monitored, appropriate. But escort cards were different. These were cards that young men would slip to young ladies at dances, at church socials, at any gathering where they might have a brief moment near each other, without direct supervision. The cards were smaller than regular calling cards, often printed with humorous messages or abbreviations. They were like the Victorian Tinder. The Victorian version of slipping someone your phone number. Some of the messages on these escort cards were cheeky. "May I see you home?" playing with abbreviations. "I see you," "See," "I see you," "May I see you home?" or more forward ones. "If you have no objection, I will be your protection," or the absolutely brazen, "not married and out for a good time." These cards let young people sidestep the formal introduction process. A young man could hand one to a young lady, and if she kept it rather than immediately dropping it or handing it back, that was her signal that she was interested in getting to know him. They could then arrange to meet, to talk, to walk home together, all without having to go through the tedious process of formal introductions and chaperoned visits. Of course, the older generation was horrified by escort cards. Etiquette experts condemned them as vulgar, as inappropriate, as dangerous to proper social order. Parents warned their daughters against accepting such cards, but young people, then as now, found ways around the rules. There is a wonderful quote from a historian studying Victorian social customs. She noted that escort cards were essentially teenagers and young adults saying, "We understand your rules, we know what you expect, but we are going to find a way to be young and spontaneous anyway." It is the eternal tension between social control and individual desire. Now I want to take you back to Edward, still standing outside the Harrison house, having just left his cards. The butler has not returned, which is expected. Edward knows he will not be invited in today, but as he turns to leave, he feels a small flutter of hope. He followed every rule perfectly. His cards were pristine, properly engraved, left at the correct time of day. He folded no corners, because this was a straightforward social call with no special message attached. Now he must simply wait to see if the Harrisons will send their cards to his residence. Wait to see if his social gamble will pay off. And here is what is so striking about all of this. The calling card system, as elaborate and ridiculous as it seems to us now, actually served a very real purpose in Victorian society. It was a way of controlling social mixing in an era of rapid change. The Industrial Revolution had created enormous wealth for some people. Suddenly there were families with money who did not have the traditional markers of upper-class status. No titles, no ancient family estates, no generations of proper breeding, just money. The old aristocracy was deeply threatened by this. They needed ways to keep these nouveau riche families at a distance to maintain the boundaries of proper society. And the calling card system, with all its intricate rules and subtle signals, was perfect with this purpose. Because you could not just buy your way into understanding how to properly use a calling card, you had to be raised in it, trained in it from childhood. It was a social barrier disguised as social courtesy. If you got the rules wrong, if you called at the wrong time, if you used the wrong quality paper, if you folded the wrong corner, if you left your card in an envelope when you should not have, if you committed any of 1,000 possible small errors, you revealed that you did not really belong, and the doors would close to you. There is something both fascinating and a little bit sad about this, because underneath all these elaborate rules, underneath all the cards and the corners and the silver trays were just people. People trying to connect with each other. People trying to make friends, to find love, to build business relationships, to be part of a community. But in the Victorian era, even these basic human needs had to be filtered through an impossibly complex system of social rules. One final thought before we move forward. The calling card system began to fade in the early 20th century. Telephones became more common. Social conventions loosened. The rigid class structures that had defined Victorian society began to crack. By the 1920s, calling cards were mostly gone, replaced by the business cards we know today. But if you look closely, you can still see echoes of the calling card system in our modern world. When we carefully craft our social media profiles, choosing just the right photo, just the right words to present ourselves to the world, we are doing something very similar to what Edward did with his perfectly engraved calling card. When we agonize over whether to send someone a text message or wait for them to text us first, we are navigating rules of social engagement that are not so different from the Victorian era. The tools have changed, the technology has changed, but that fundamental human anxiety about whether we will be accepted, whether we will be welcomed, whether we belong, that has not changed at all. And perhaps that is the real story here. Not just the funny rules and the folded corners and the silver trays, but the recognition that in every era, people have found ways to make even simple human connection complicated. Because connection matters. It matters so much that we build elaborate systems around it. We write manuals about it. We agonize over getting it right. Edward eventually did receive calling cards from the Harrison family. He did get to court Miss Charlotte, though that is a story bound by its own set of elaborate rules, but that is for another time. For now, as we prepare to move into the next part of our journey through Victorian gentleman rules, I want you to think about this. The calling card was just a piece of paper, but it represented everything about how Victorians understood social relationships. Control, hierarchy, performance, and beneath it all, that eternal human hope that maybe, just maybe, you will be welcomed in. In our next part, we are going to explore something that will absolutely blow your mind. The rules about physical contact in Victorian society. Because if you thought the calling card system was elaborate, wait until you hear about how a gentleman was supposed to interact with a woman without touching her, and what happened when those rules were broken. Trust me, you will want to stay for this. It gets even more fascinating from here. Now, if you thought the calling card rules were complicated, let me tell you about something even more extraordinary. Something that governed every single interaction between a Victorian gentleman and a lady. The rules about touch, or rather the rules about absolutely, positively, under no circumstances touching. Imagine for a moment that you are a young man in 1862. You have finally been properly introduced to a young woman who makes your heart race every time you see her. Her name is Eleanor, and she has the most captivating smile you have ever seen. You've been attending the same social gatherings for weeks now, always in the presence of chaperones, always following every rule to the letter. And tonight, finally, she has agreed to dance with you at the county ball. You are nervous, your palms are sweating inside your white gloves, because you know that this dance, this single waltz, represents the most physical contact you will have with Eleanor until and unless you marry her. And even during this dance there are rules. So many rules. Rules that if broken, even accidentally, could destroy your reputation and any chance you have with her forever. Let us start with the most fundamental rule of Victorian society. A gentleman does not touch a lady. Period. End of discussion. Unless, of course, there are very specific, very carefully defined circumstances that permit it. And even then, the touch must be so brief, so formal, so utterly devoid of any hint of intimacy that it barely counts as touch at all. The Etiquette Manual from 1847, titled Etiquette for Gentlemen or Short Rules and Reflections for Conduct in Society, states this with absolute clarity. A gentleman may offer his arm to a lady when escorting her to dinner, when helping her navigate difficult terrain, or when assisting her into or out of a carriage. That is it. Those are your options, and even then she takes your arm. You do not take hers. You do not put your arm around her. You do not hold her hand except in the most formal, most ritualized circumstances. You extend your left arm bent at the elbow, and she places her gloved hand lightly on your forearm. That is the extent of acceptable physical contact in public. But here is where it gets truly fascinating. The rules about when you could offer your arm were incredibly specific. You could offer your arm if the road was uneven or muddy. This made practical sense. Women wore long, heavy skirts that could easily trip them up or get caught in ruts. A steadying arm was genuinely helpful. But the manual is very clear. You offer your arm. You do not presume to take her arm or her hand. You wait for her to accept your offer. And if she declines, if she feels perfectly capable of managing on her own, you must accept her decision without any sign of offence. Getting into a carriage was another approved moment for physical contact. A gentleman was expected to step up into the carriage first, then turn and extend his hand to help the lady up. But again, the touch was minimal, just enough to provide steadiness and support. And heaven help you if you lingered even a fraction of a second too long. That would be noticed. That would be whispered about. That would mark you as someone who could not control his baser instincts. Now, let us talk about the handshake. Because in Victorian society, even this most basic form of greeting had rules that would make your head spin. According to Cassell's manual, published in 1869, the very term shaking hands was considered inappropriate. Why? Because shaking implies a firm, vigorous motion, something too robust, too physical, too suggestive of actual human warmth and connection. Instead, the proper Victorian handshake involved what the manual calls gentle pressure and slight movement from the wrist. Imagine the limpest, most unenthusiastic handshake you have ever received. Now make it even gentler. That is the Victorian handshake. And here is the crucial part. A gentleman never, under any circumstances, initiates a handshake with a lady. Never. He must wait for her to extend her hand to him. If she chooses not to offer her hand, he simply bows slightly and moves on. To extend your hand first would be presumptuous in the extreme. It would suggest an intimacy that did not exist, a familiarity that had not been granted. Think about what this means for a moment. In modern society, we shake hands with strangers, we hug friends, we give high fives to acquaintances. We are constantly making casual physical contact with the people around us. But in Victorian society, you could know someone for months, even years, and never touch them, not once. Not even a handshake unless the lady specifically initiated it. But now we come to the moment our nervous young gentleman has been anticipating all evening, the dance, because the ballroom was one of the very few places where physical contact between unmarried men and women was not only permitted but actually required. And yet even here in this sanctioned space of touch, the rules were elaborate and strictly enforced. The manual hints on etiquette and the usages of society with a glance at bad habits, published in 1844, provides incredibly detailed instructions for proper dance behaviour. And I want you to really picture this, because it is both touching and slightly absurd. The manual instructs gentlemen to dance quietly. Do not kick and caper about, nor sway your body to and fro. Dance only from the hips downwards, and lead the lady as lightly as you would tread a measure with a spirit of gossamer. Let me translate this. Your upper body must remain almost completely still. No arm waving, no shoulder movements, no enthusiastic gestures of any kind. All movement comes from your hips and legs. And when you hold the lady's hand for the dance, you must do so with such delicate lightness that it is as if you are dancing with a ghost made of gossamer, that incredibly fine, nearly weightless fabric. Another manual, Etiquette for Gentlemen from 1857, adds even more specific guidance. No gentleman should attempt to dance unless he has thoroughly mastered the steps. An awkward dancer is not only a nuisance to himself, but a positive torture to his partner. Dance with ease but with dignity. Avoid all bizarre attitudes and unseemly gestures. And here is the rule that must have caused absolute panic in young men everywhere. Never, under any pretext, put your arm around a lady's waist in public, except during the actual figures of the dance that require it. Do you understand what this means? Even during a waltz where putting your arm around your partner's waist was technically part of the dance, you had to be excruciatingly careful about how you did it. Your hand had to rest lightly. No pulling her closer, no tightening your grip, no suggestion whatsoever that you were enjoying the physical proximity. Your face had to remain composed, pleasant but not too pleased. Your eyes had to focus on your partner's face, never dropping lower, never wandering to look at other women in the room. And speaking of where you looked, this was another crucial rule. When dancing with a lady, you were expected to pay almost exclusive attention to her. The manual from 1857 is explicit about this. A gentleman, while dancing with a lady, should pay almost exclusive attention to her, and at the close of a dance ask her to take refreshments. It was considered vulgar, absolutely vulgar, to be ogling other women while you were supposed to be focused on your dance partner. Can you imagine? You had to actually look at and converse with the person you were dancing with. What a concept. But here is what strikes me as particularly poignant about these dance rules. For many young couples, especially those in the early stages of courtship, the dance floor represented the only time they would be this close to each other, the only time they would touch, even in this formal, restricted way. So that brief waltz was charged with meaning. Every moment of contact, every word exchanged, every glance held significance that we can barely imagine today. Let me paint you a fuller picture. Our gentleman, the one dancing with Eleanor, is excruciatingly aware of his hand on her waist. He can feel the warmth of her body even through his glove, through the many layers of her gown, through all the fabric and propriety that separate them. His other hand holds hers in the approved fashion, lightly as if she might break. They are moving together across the floor, and for these few minutes, they are closer than they have ever been before, closer than they might ever be again, unless he proposes and she accepts. But he must not show how much this affects him. He must not let his hand grip tighter, must not pull her even an inch closer. He must maintain the proper distance, the proper lightness of touch, the proper expression of polite enjoyment, nothing more. Because if he does not, if he shows any sign of being too affected by her proximity, someone will notice. The chaperones lining the walls of the ballroom are watching. The other dancers are watching. Society is always watching. And there is another rule that must have been torture for many young men. After the dance ends, you escort your partner back to her seat. You bow, and you withdraw, and you do not linger. You do not try to monopolize her time. The manual is clear on this point. Between dances, ladies should be returned to their chaperones. To hover around a lady, to try to claim multiple dances with her in a row, to be too attentive, all of these behaviors would be noticed and condemned. You might genuinely be falling in love. You might want nothing more than to spend every moment of the evening in her company, but you must ration yourself. 1 dance. Perhaps 2 if you are very bold and if she seems willing, but no more. Now let us talk about the most restricted space of all, the carriage, because the rules about riding in a carriage with a lady were so strict that they bordered on paranoid. A gentleman could not, under any circumstances, sit next to a lady in a carriage unless she was a close relative. Mother, sister, aunt, these were acceptable. But any other woman? No, absolutely not. Instead, the gentleman always sat with his back to the horses, facing backward. The lady or ladies would sit on the forward-facing seat, the more comfortable position. This arrangement served multiple purposes. It was considered more comfortable for ladies to face forward, but it also meant that the gentleman and lady were sitting across from each other, not beside each other. Maximum distance, minimum opportunity for inappropriate proximity. And here is a detail that shows just how seriously these rules were taken. The gentleman was also responsible for ensuring that he did not step on the lady's dress when entering or exiting the carriage. Women's dresses in the Victorian era could be enormously wide, especially during the crinoline period of the mid-1800s. A gentleman had to navigate very carefully. He would alight from the carriage first, then turn to help the lady down, being extraordinarily cautious not to step on her skirts, not to disarrange her clothing in any way. One misstep could damage an expensive dress, but more than that, it would show carelessness, clumsiness, a lack of the refined consideration that defined a true gentleman. There is a wonderful, or perhaps terrible, example from an etiquette manual called Beadle's Dime Book of Practical Etiquette for Ladies and Gentlemen, published in 1859. It describes the nightmare scenario of navigating a crowded street when ladies are present. If a crowd is present, and a gentleman has occasion to make his way through a press of crinoline and drapery, he should proceed most carefully. Haste would be very rude and inexcusable. The danger of soiling or tearing or disarranging a lady's costume forbids any gentleman making a careless step. Can you picture this? You're trying to walk down a busy street. Women are wearing these enormous hoop skirts that can measure 5 feet across at the widest point. You as a gentleman must navigate through this forest of fabric without touching anyone, without bumping into anyone, without causing any disruption whatsoever. You cannot rush, you cannot push through. You must proceed with careful deliberation, constantly aware of where every fold of fabric is, where every woman is standing, ensuring that you maintain proper distance at all times. And heaven forbid you should actually bump into a woman, actually brush against her dress, actually make any kind of physical contact, even accidentally. That would require an immediate and profuse apology. You would have to stop, express your sincere regret, ensure that no damage had been done. The woman would likely be embarrassed. You would certainly be embarrassed, and everyone around you would have witnessed your clumsiness. Now, I want to take a moment to think about what all these rules meant for Victorian couples who were genuinely falling in love. Because love did exist. Affection, attraction, desire, all of these very human feelings were alive and well in Victorian society. But they had to be expressed within an incredibly constrained framework. You could write letters. Oh, the Victorians wrote beautiful, elaborate, passionate letters. Words became the primary vehicle for emotional and romantic expression because physical expression was so limited. You could give meaningful looks, eye contact, the intensity of a gaze. These took on enormous significance. You could send flowers, each type of flower carrying its own coded meaning. You could engineer moments where you might be in the same room, even if you could not be alone together. But you could not hold hands except during a formal dance. You could not embrace. You could not kiss, except perhaps on the wedding day itself. The frustration must have been extraordinary. All of these young people feeling everything that young people in love have always felt, but forced to maintain this veneer of complete propriety and control. And here is what I find most interesting about these rules. They were supposed to protect women, to preserve their virtue and reputation. And to some extent, they did provide a framework that prevented some kinds of exploitation and abuse, but they also created a kind of pressure cooker effect. All of these normal, natural human feelings, all of this desire for connection and touch, compressed and contained and controlled until marriage. Is it any wonder that the Victorian era was also characterized by secret affairs, scandalous elopements, and a thriving underground of behavior that violated every single one of these rules? The rules assumed that physical contact inevitably led to impropriety. Touch a woman's hand and the next thing you know, scandal and ruin. This seems absurd to us now. We understand that human beings are capable of physical affection without it automatically leading to disaster. We understand that touch is actually important for emotional bonding and connection. But the Victorians, or at least the upper-class Victorians who wrote and followed these etiquette manuals, seemed genuinely terrified of the power of physical contact. There is a particularly revealing quote from one etiquette manual that discusses why these rules were necessary. It states that young people, being naturally prone to seek the company of those they love, and as their impulses are often at such times impatient of control, etiquette prescribes cautionary rules for the purpose of averting the mischief that unchecked intercourse and incautious familiarity might give rise to. In other words, young people in love cannot be trusted to control themselves, therefore society must control them. The rules about touch were not just about propriety, they were about control, about ensuring that marriages happened within the appropriate social boundaries between people of the appropriate social class, with the appropriate level of financial stability. Love was lovely, but it could not be allowed to override social order. So what happened to couples who broke these rules? What happened if a gentleman and a lady were caught in an embrace or holding hands in private or engaging in any kind of unsanctioned physical contact? The consequences could be severe. For the woman especially, her reputation could be destroyed. She might be considered damaged goods, unmarriageable. The gentleman might be forced to propose to her immediately to save her reputation, even if neither of them particularly wanted to marry. Or the gentleman might simply walk away, leaving the young woman to deal with the social consequences alone. This is one of the darker aspects of Victorian morality. The rules were supposedly designed to protect women, but in practice they often punished women far more harshly than men when rules were broken. A man who was known to have taken liberties with a woman might be considered a bit of a rogue, but he could often recover his reputation. A woman in the same situation might be ostracized for life. Let me leave you with one final thought about these rules of touch. They created a strange kind of intimacy. When every touch is forbidden, every accidental brush of hands becomes charged with meaning. When you can only dance with someone 3 times a year at carefully supervised balls, those dances become moments you remember forever. When a simple offer of an arm to help someone across a muddy street is the height of permitted physical contact, even that small gesture carries weight. In some ways, the Victorian system made physical contact more precious because it was so rare. Every touch was noticed, remembered, analysed. Nothing was casual, nothing was taken for granted. And perhaps there is something beautiful in that, even as we recognise how restrictive and frustrating it must have been. Our gentleman and Eleanor, they did eventually marry after a courtship that lasted nearly 2 years. 2 years of chaperoned visits, formal dances, and an absolute minimum of physical contact. And on their wedding day, when they were finally permitted to embrace without supervision, without rules, without society watching their every move, that moment must have felt like absolute freedom. But we are not quite done exploring the bizarre world of Victorian gentleman rules, because next we need to talk about something that became almost an obsession in the mid-1800s, something that men spent enormous amounts of money on that determined their social standing, that doctors actually claimed could save your life. I am talking, of course, about facial hair, the moustache mania, the beard movement, the moment when growing the perfect whiskers became more important than almost anything else in a gentleman's life. And trust me, the rules around facial hair were just as complicated and just as absurd as everything else we have discussed. You will not want to miss this. Something remarkable happened in Britain around the year 1850, something that transformed the face of an entire nation quite literally. For more than a century, gentlemen had been clean-shaven. Beards and moustaches were associated with sailors, soldiers, labourers, anyone who could not afford the time or money for daily shaving. But then, almost overnight, facial hair became not just acceptable, but absolutely essential. And the story of how this happened is stranger than you might imagine. Let me introduce you to William, a young clerk working in a London office in 1853. William has a problem. Actually, he has several problems, but the one keeping him awake at night is this. He cannot grow a decent beard. His facial hair comes in patchy, uneven, embarrassingly sparse, and suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, every man around him is sporting magnificent whiskers, impressive moustaches, glorious full beards. His boss has a beard, his colleagues have beards, the men he sees on the street have beards. Even the illustrations in the newspapers and magazines show bearded men as the ideal of masculine beauty and strength. William feels like he is failing at being a man, and he is not alone, because in the mid-1800s the ability to grow facial hair became tied to concepts of masculinity, vitality, health, and social status in ways that seem almost unbelievable to us today. But this was real. This was serious. And men like William were desperate. So how did we get here? How did Britain go from a nation of clean-shaven gentlemen to a nation obsessed with facial hair? The answer lies in a combination of war, science, gender anxiety, and good old-fashioned social pressure. Let me take you through this transformation, because it tells us so much about how quickly social norms can change and how arbitrary our definitions of masculinity really are. In the early 1800s, if you wanted to be taken seriously as a gentleman, you absolutely had to be clean-shaven. There was even a book published in 1801 called The Toilette of Health that stated explicitly, "An unshorn chin has a degenerating aspect, and is only, if at all, excusable in the lowest labourer and mechanic." In other words, facial hair marked you as working class, as someone who did manual labour, as decidedly not a gentleman. The upper classes prided themselves on their smooth, clean-shaven faces. But then came the Crimean War, which began in October of 1853. British soldiers were sent to fight in the harsh, bitter cold of the Crimean Peninsula. And something practical happened. The military authorities permitted soldiers to forgo shaving in order to protect themselves from the cold and from attacks of neuralgia, a painful nerve condition that was common in freezing temperatures. The soldiers grew beards and moustaches out of necessity, not fashion. When the war ended 3 years later, something extraordinary occurred. These soldiers returned home as heroes. Queen Victoria herself wrote in her journal on the 13th of March, 1856, describing the returning soldiers. She wrote that they were the picture of real fighting men. They all had their long beards and were heavily laden with large knapsacks. Real fighting men, long beards. The Queen herself was associating masculinity, strength, and military valour with facial hair. And Britain was listening. You see, the timing was perfect for a beard revolution. Britain in the mid-1800s was going through what historians now call a masculinity crisis. The Industrial Revolution had changed everything about how men lived and worked. Instead of farming, instead of outdoor labour, instead of physically demanding work that built muscle and calluses, middle-class men were increasingly working in offices, sitting at desks, pushing papers, using their brains instead of their bodies. And this created deep anxiety. Were men becoming soft? Were they losing their essential manliness? The British Empire was facing challenges. There had been the Indian Mutiny of 1857, which shook British confidence in their military dominance. There were concerns about whether British men were still strong enough, tough enough, manly enough to maintain the empire, to fight wars, to be the dominant force in the world. Into this anxiety came the bearded soldiers from Crimea, and suddenly facial hair became the answer, the solution to the masculinity crisis, the way to prove that British men were still strong, still virile, still properly masculine despite their desk jobs and city lives. A prominent doctor named Mercer Adams described the beard as the badge of manly strength and beauty. Not just attractive, not just fashionable, but the actual badge, the proof, the evidence of manliness itself. And this is where things get really interesting. Because the Victorian obsession with beards was not just about fashion. It was supported by medical and scientific theories that in hindsight were completely ridiculous, but at the time were taken very seriously. Remember, this was before germ theory was widely accepted. The miasma theory of disease was still dominant. People believed that illness was caused by bad air, by miasmas, by invisible clouds of corruption floating through the atmosphere, and some doctors reasoned quite seriously that facial hair could act as a natural filter, that beards and mustaches would trap these harmful miasmas before they could be breathed in, thus protecting men from cholera, tuberculosis, and other diseases. One medical text argued that the hair of the beard was specifically designed by nature to filter the air entering the nose and mouth, warming it in winter and cooling it in summer, all while catching dangerous particles before they could enter the lungs. This was published in respected medical journals. Doctors actually prescribed growing a beard as a health measure. Can you imagine going to your doctor today and being told that the cure for your respiratory problems is to stop shaving? But in the 1860s and 1870s, this was considered sound medical advice. Beards were not just manly, they were healthy, they were protective, they were, according to Victorian science, essential for male well-being. By 1860, the beard craze had reached such heights that the British Army made an extraordinary decision. They issued Command Number 1695, which stated that the chin and the underlip will be shaved but not the upper lip. Whiskers, if worn, will be of moderate length. In other words, moustaches were now mandatory for British soldiers, required. Part of the uniform. You could choose whether to have whiskers, those sideburns that connected to the moustache, but the moustache itself was not optional. Think about that for a moment. The British military, one of the most powerful forces in the world, decided that moustaches were so important, so essential to military bearing and masculine appearance that they made them mandatory. This policy stayed in effect for decades. British soldiers were not allowed to be clean-shaven. The moustache was considered as much a part of their uniform as their red coat. Now, back to our friend William, struggling with his patchy facial hair. What was a man to do if he simply could not grow an impressive beard? Well, Victorian entrepreneurship had an answer. Actually, several answers, and they ranged from mildly ridiculous to absolutely absurd. First, there were the beard-generating creams and oils. These were sold everywhere, advertised in newspapers and magazines with bold claims about their effectiveness. One popular product was simply called Beard Generator. The advertisements promised that regular application would stimulate hair growth, transform wispy patches into thick, luxuriant growth, and generally solve all of your facial hair problems. The main ingredient, as far as historians can determine, was usually some combination of oils and, bizarrely, capsicum, the compound that makes peppers hot. The theory was that irritating the skin would stimulate hair follicles. The reality was that it probably just made your face burn while doing absolutely nothing for hair growth. Then there were the beard oils and waxes. Now these actually were useful if you already had facial hair. They helped soften the beard, add shine, provide pleasant scent, and help with styling. Victorian gentlemen could choose from dozens of varieties. Bear's grease was particularly popular. Yes, actual grease rendered from bears. It was considered especially effective for making hair thick and lustrous. The fact that it probably smelled terrible when it went rancid did not seem to deter people. But here is where it gets truly wild. For men who simply could not grow facial hair, or whose growth was too patchy to be acceptable, there was another option: false whiskers, fake moustaches and beards that you could attach to your face. And I am not talking about the cheap costume shop variety we might think of today. These were serious, expensive, carefully crafted pieces designed to look as realistic as possible. Some were made from real human hair, carefully woven and styled. They came in various colours to match your natural hair. You could buy just a moustache, or side whiskers, or a full beard. And the attachment methods were ingenious, if slightly horrifying. Some used adhesive gums that you applied to your face. Others used more elaborate mechanical devices. There is a patent from this era for a particularly remarkable invention. It describes a system using flat steel springs, made and tempered to a proper curvature that would hold false whiskers firmly to the head. The patent explains that these springs would go around the head, behind the ears, across the forehead and temples, down to the cheekbones. Essentially, you would be wearing a metal contraption under your hat, all to hold fake whiskers in place. The patent proudly claims that when properly applied, the whiskers achieve a remarkable adhesion that cannot be discovered from nature itself. Can you imagine the discomfort, the constant worry that your false whiskers might slip, the anxiety every time the wind blew, or you needed to wipe your face? But men wore these devices. They spent significant money on them, because the social pressure to have facial hair was that intense, and the pressure was real. There are newspaper accounts from this period of women leaving their husbands because, and I quote from one article, she could not live any longer with a man who had no whiskers. The beard had become so central to Victorian concepts of masculinity that a clean-shaven man, or worse, a man who could not grow a beard, was seen as less than fully male, as weak, as possibly even impotent. The lack of facial hair was associated with a lack of vigour, a lack of vitality, a lack of masculine power. Charles Dickens, the famous novelist, was so caught up in the beard movement that he wrote an entire treatise defending facial hair. It was called, quite simply, Why Shave? In it, Dickens argued passionately for the naturalness and rightness of beards. He suggested that shaving was unnatural, uncomfortable, time-consuming, and contrary to nature's design. The essay was published in his widely read magazine Household Words in 1853, right as the beard movement was gaining momentum. Dickens himself sported magnificent facial hair and was proud of it, but here is where the Victorian beard obsession reveals its contradictions. Because while facial hair was supposed to represent natural rugged masculinity, the actual maintenance of a proper Victorian beard or moustache required enormous effort, time and money. You could not just let your beard grow wild. Oh no, that would be slovenly, lower class, unacceptable. Cecil B. Hartley, writing in the Gentleman's Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness, laid out very specific rules. The moustache should never be curled, nor pulled out to an absurd length. It should be neat and not too large. Avoid such fopperies as cutting the points thereof or twisting them up to the fineness of needles. In other words, your moustache had to look natural and unstudied, but also perfectly groomed and maintained. It had to appear effortless, while actually requiring significant effort. Hartley goes on to say something revealing. He warns against both the effeminacy of over-grooming and the indecency of neglect. It is not in either extreme that the man of real elegance and refinement will be shown, but in the happy medium which allows taste and judgment to preside over the wardrobe and toilet table, while it prevents too great an attention to either, and never allows personal appearance to become the leading object of life. Do you see the impossible standard being set here? Your facial hair must be perfect, but you must not seem to care about it too much. You must spend time grooming it, but not so much time that it seems vain. You must invest in oils and combs and possibly even false hair, but you must carry it all off with an air of casual naturalness. The Victorian gentleman was supposed to look effortlessly perfect, which of course required enormous effort. And this brings us to one of my favourite Victorian inventions, the moustache cup. Stay with me here because this is brilliant in its absurdity. The problem was this. A gentleman with a fine moustache would wax or oil it to keep it in the proper shape. But then, when he drank hot tea or coffee, the heat and steam would melt the wax. His carefully styled moustache would droop. The wax might even drip into his drink. This was unacceptable. So someone invented the moustache cup. It was a regular teacup or coffee cup, but with a special ledge built into the rim. This ledge, often called a moustache guard, had a small opening that you could drink through. The ledge itself protected your moustache from the hot liquid, keeping the wax intact, preventing any drooping or dripping. These cups were manufactured by the thousands. Fine china companies made elegant versions with beautiful designs. It became a standard item that any gentleman with a moustache was expected to own. The moustache comb was another essential item. This was a small portable comb specifically designed for moustache grooming, made of materials like tortoiseshell, ivory or silver. It would fold into a protective case that a gentleman could carry in his pocket. One surviving example from the 1880s is particularly lovely. It is made of tortoiseshell with a silver mount, adorned with scrolling leaf borders. When closed, it measures only about 2 inches long. When opened, the case becomes a handle for the comb. It was made by a company called Foster & Bailey, based in Providence, Rhode Island, which operated from 1878 to 1898. But here is what makes this comb especially significant. It cost $2.75. In 1890 money, that is equivalent to roughly $70 today. $70 for a tiny comb. This was not a casual purchase, this was an investment. But for a Victorian gentleman, it was an essential investment. Your moustache had to be perfect, and perfection required the right tools. Another etiquette expert writing in the 1890s described the ideal moustache as one that actively bristles at the ends and turns neither up nor down. Mrs. Humphrey, in her book Etiquette for Every Day, explained that an upturned moustache suggested you were a dandy, someone too concerned with fashion and appearance. A downturned moustache suggested artistic temperament, which was apparently undesirable in a proper gentleman. No, the perfect moustache bristled straight out at the ends. Imagine trying to achieve and maintain that look. The constant grooming, the careful application of wax, the attention to every hair, and we have not even talked about the full beard yet. Because beard styles themselves became a language. Different styles conveyed different messages about your personality, your profession, your social standing. There were mutton chops, where the sideburns grew large and connected under the chin, but the actual chin was shaved. There were full beards that covered the entire lower face. There were goatees, Van Dykes, imperials. Each style had its associations and implications. The fashionable beard changed year by year. What was acceptable in 1860 might be outdated by 1870. Men had to stay current, had to adapt their facial hair to changing trends, had to constantly maintain and update their look. It must have been exhausting. Here is something else that strikes me. The Victorian beard craze was supposedly about natural masculinity, about embracing what nature intended, about rejecting the artifice of daily shaving. But in practice it became just as artificial, just as concerned with appearance and fashion, just as demanding of time and money and effort as any other beauty standard. Maybe more so, because at least with shaving, you could do it yourself at home with a simple razor and soap. But maintaining a properly fashionable Victorian beard required special oils, special combs, special cups, possibly even professional barbering services, and constant attention. And women, interestingly, were not immune to this trend. There are reports from 1863 describing how fashionable European ladies began enlarging their love locks, those curls of hair near the face, and pulling them down over their cheeks in imitation of whiskers. Women trying to emulate male facial hair because facial hair had become so central to fashionable appearance. Think about that. The trend was so powerful that it crossed gender boundaries, at least to some degree. But by the late 1880s and early 1890s, the tide was beginning to turn again. Clean-shaven faces started coming back into fashion among the upper classes in London. Why? Several reasons. There were growing concerns about hygiene. Germ theory was finally becoming accepted, and people realised that beards could indeed harbour bacteria and germs. Not the miasmas they had worried about, but actual disease-causing organisms. Shaving beards became seen as more sanitary, more modern, more scientific. World War I delivered the final blow to mandatory facial hair. Gas masks required a clean-shaven face to form a proper seal. Soldiers had to shave to protect themselves from poison gas. After the war, clean-shaven became the norm again for most men. The beard craze that had dominated the mid to late Victorian era faded away, remembered mostly in old photographs and portraits. But think about what this entire episode tells us. For roughly 40 years, from about 1850 to 1890, the presence or absence of facial hair determined how men were perceived, how they were judged, whether they were seen as properly masculine. Men spent fortunes on beard oils and combs and false whiskers. They endured uncomfortable mechanical devices to hold fake hair to their faces. They worried constantly about whether their moustache was the right length, the right shape, the right style. All because society decided, quite arbitrarily, that facial hair was essential to manhood. William, our clerk who could not grow a proper beard, eventually gave in and purchased a set of false whiskers. He wore them uncomfortably for several years, always worried they might come loose at an inopportune moment, always self-conscious about whether they looked natural. And then, in his late 30s, when fashion finally shifted back toward clean-shaven faces, he felt an enormous sense of relief. He could finally stop pretending. He could finally be himself. The irony was not lost on him that being himself now meant shaving again, going back to the very thing that had been considered unmasculine just a few decades earlier. This is the nature of social norms. They feel absolute and eternal while we are living through them. They create real anxiety and real pressure. People spend real time and real money conforming to them. But given enough time, they change. They shift. What was essential becomes optional. What was mandatory becomes outdated. And future generations look back and wonder what on earth we were thinking. So the next time you worry about whether you're measuring up to some current standard of appearance or behaviour, remember the Victorian gentlemen and their desperate pursuit of the perfect moustache. Remember the false whiskers held on by steel springs. Remember the $70 moustache comb. Remember that standards change, that what seems crucial today may seem absurd tomorrow, and that authenticity is usually more valuable than conformity, even though conformity often feels safer in the moment. Now, speaking of conformity and social pressure, we need to talk about another arena where Victorian gentlemen faced enormous scrutiny and judgment, a place where one wrong move could spell social disaster, a place where manners were tested and reputations were made or destroyed. I am talking about the dinner table, because Victorian table manners were not just about knowing which fork to use. They were an entire system of rules so complex, so detailed, so utterly unforgiving, that gentlemen literally studied manuals with more than 100 separate rules just to avoid making a catastrophic mistake while eating soup. Trust me, you thought the beard rules were intense. Wait until you hear about what could go wrong at dinner. Picture a grand dining room in 1876. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over a mahogany table that stretches nearly 20 feet long. The finest china sits at each place setting. Silver gleams, starched white napkins are folded into elaborate shapes. Everything is perfect. Everything is beautiful. And sitting at this table is a young man named Frederick trying desperately not to panic. Frederick has been invited to dine with the family of his employer, a wealthy merchant who is considering promoting him to a management position. This dinner is essentially a test, not of Frederick's business acumen, not of his intelligence or work ethic. No, this dinner will determine whether Frederick has the social graces necessary to represent the company in polite society, whether he knows how to behave at a proper table, whether he is, in the Victorian sense of the word, a gentleman. And Frederick is terrified, because he has spent the past week reading a book called Manual of Social and Business Forms by Professor Thomas E. Hill, a book that contains, and I am not exaggerating, 129 separate rules for proper behaviour at the dinner table. 129, not suggestions, not guidelines, rules, each one apparently essential, each one a potential catastrophe if violated. The very first rule in the Aberdeen Evening Express list of table etiquette, published during this era, states this with perfect clarity. Nothing is more fatal to good table manners than haste, therefore be deliberate. And already Frederick can feel himself failing. Because how can you be deliberate when you are this nervous? How can you be calm and unhurried when you know that everyone at this table is watching you, judging you, noting every mistake? But let us back up for a moment. Why were Victorian table manners so incredibly complex? Why did it matter so much which fork you used, or how you held your soup spoon? The answer lies in something that one etiquette expert, a man named John H. Young, explained beautifully in his book Our Deportment. He wrote that there are so many little points to be observed that unless a person is habitually accustomed to observe them, he unconsciously commits some error, or will appear awkward and constrained upon occasions when it is important to be fully at ease. In other words, proper table manners were not something you could fake. You could not just read a book the night before a fancy dinner and expect to pull it off. True gentlemanly behaviour at the table required habitual practice. It required being raised with these standards. It was quite deliberately a class marker, a way to separate those who belonged in polite society from those who were trying to climb into it. Another etiquette writer, Cecil B. Hartley, put it even more bluntly in the Gentleman's Book of Etiquette and Manual of Politeness. He stated that there is no occasion upon which the gentleman and the low-bred vulgar man are more strongly contrasted than when at the table. The dinner table was a battlefield, a testing ground, a place where your breeding, your background, your worthiness to associate with the upper classes was put on display with every bite you took. So let us walk through a Victorian dinner with Frederick, learning the rules as he desperately tries to remember them all. First, before the meal even begins, there is the matter of arrival. Rule number one, you must be punctual, not just on time, punctual. The manual states explicitly that you should arrive 5 or 10 minutes early if convenient, but not 1 instant later than the appointed hour. Being late to dinner was seen as a wrong to your host, an insult to your hostess, behaviour that was not calculated to promote good feeling. Frederick has arrived exactly 10 minutes early. Good start. But now comes the next challenge. Upon entering the parlour where pre-dinner socialising occurs, your first duty is to speak to the hostess and then address the host. Not the other way around. Not your friends, not the person you know best. The hostess first. Always. This is non-negotiable. But here is where it gets more complicated. If you are dining with women, you will be assigned a lady to escort to the table. This is not your choice. The hostess will tell you which lady you are to accompany. You offer her your left arm, and you proceed to the dining room together. Why your left arm? Because your right hand must remain free. Free for what? Well, for any number of things. Opening doors, pulling out chairs, gesturing politely. The specifics are less important than the principle. Your right hand must be available. Frederick has been assigned to escort Miss Caroline, the merchant's eldest daughter. He offers his left arm. She places her gloved hand lightly on his forearm. They walk to the dining room. So far, so good. But now comes the seating, and this is crucial. Do not seat yourself until the ladies are seated, or at a dinner party, until your host or hostess gives the signal. Frederick stands behind his assigned chair, waiting. The ladies sit. The host gestures. Now Frederick may sit. But even sitting has rules. You do not slump, you do not lean back, you sit upright but relaxed, the picture of attentive ease. And here is where we encounter one of the more fascinating contradictions of Victorian etiquette. You are supposed to be perfectly at ease, completely relaxed, utterly comfortable, but you are also supposed to be constantly aware of dozens of rules, monitoring your every movement, never making a mistake. Rule 69 from the list states, endeavour to be perfectly at ease. An embarrassed person may make many stupid blunders at the table. But how can you be at ease when you are terrified of making those very blunders? The napkin is placed, not tucked into your collar like a child. That would be mortifying. Instead, it is laid across your lap. And here is a detail that shows how specific these rules get. At the end of the meal, when you are finally permitted to leave the table, you must leave your napkin unfolded on the table. Not folded neatly, not placed in its original position. Unfolded. Why? Because folding your napkin suggests that you expect to use it again at a future meal, which implies that you're making yourself too much at home, presuming an invitation that may not have been extended. The soup course begins. And soup, my friends, is a minefield of potential disasters. First, the spoon. You take your soup spoon, but you do not fill it completely. You fill it about 2/3 full. Why? Because a completely full spoon is likely to drip, and dripping soup is evidence of poor control and worse manners. You dip the spoon away from you in the bowl, scooping outward, not toward yourself. Why? Because if you make an error, if you splash or spill, the soup will go away from you and your clothes rather than onto you. But here is the rule that probably caused more anxiety than almost any other. Do not leave your spoon in your tea or coffee cup. If this is done, it quite frequently leads to disaster, namely, the spilling of the contents of the cup. Can you imagine? Knocking over your coffee cup with your spoon would be catastrophic. You would stain the white tablecloth, you would create a scene, you would mark yourself as someone who could not be trusted with basic implements. It would be a disaster from which your reputation might never recover. And the sound. Oh, the sound was crucial. Do not make any noise in eating. Do not sip your soup audibly. Do not slurp. Do not smack your lips. The manual is very clear that eating should be as quiet as possible. The refined person makes no sound when eating or drinking. This is the mark of good breeding. You're trying to appear as if eating is almost an afterthought, something you barely notice you are doing, so elegant and practiced are your movements. Frederick is sweating slightly under his collar. despite the cool evening. He has successfully navigated the soup course without disaster. But now comes the main course, and with it, a whole new set of challenges. Bread is served. Do you break your bread with your hands or cut it with a knife? The answer is hands, always hands. Using a knife to cut bread shows that you do not know proper etiquette. You break off small, bite-sized pieces and butter them individually. You do not butter the entire slice of bread at once. That would be vulgar. But what if you need to butter multiple pieces? Do you take more butter from the butter dish each time? Yes, but here is the key. You take butter from the serving dish with the butter knife provided. You place that butter on your own bread plate. Then, and only then, do you use your personal knife to butter your bread. Never, ever use your personal knife to take butter directly from the serving dish. That would contaminate the shared butter with traces of food from your plate. Unthinkable. The meat arrives. Beef roasted to perfection. Frederick knows this rule. Cut only 1 or 2 pieces at a time. Eat them. Then cut 1 or 2 more. Do not cut all your meat at once like a child having their dinner prepared for them. This is crucial. Cutting all your meat at once suggests that you cannot be trusted to manage your own meal, that you need everything prepared in advance like an infant. And while eating the meat, do not hold your knife as if it were a dagger, gripped in your fist. No. The knife is held delicately between thumb and forefinger, with the handle resting against the palm. This grip gives you control while still appearing refined and gentle. The Victorian gentleman uses his knife with precision, not force. But wait, there is more. Rule 65, please do not decorate your shirt front with egg or coffee drippings, and do not ornament your coat lapels with grease spots. Use care, and you can prevent these accidents. It is rather disgusting to see a gentleman bearing upon his apparel an ocular demonstration of having been to breakfast or dinner. In other words, do not spill food on yourself. This seems obvious, but apparently it happened often enough that it needed to be explicitly stated in the rulebook. Your clothes should not betray what you have eaten. Now, let us talk about what you do with your hands when you're not actively using them. Do you rest them on the table? Do you put them in your lap? The answer is nuanced. Your hands may rest lightly on the edge of the table when you are not using utensils, but never put your elbows on the table. This is one of the most well-known rules, and violating it marks you instantly as poorly bred. Elbows belong at your sides, not sprawled across the table. And what about reaching for things? If the salt cellar is at the other end of the table, do you reach for it? No, never. You quietly ask the person nearest to it to pass it to you, reaching across the table, across other people's plates. Across the shared space is considered almost aggressive. It violates the invisible boundaries that proper diners maintain. Here is a rule that must have driven people mad. Do not forget that the lady next to you has the first claim upon your attention. Frederick is seated next to Miss Caroline. This means that his primary duty during dinner is to converse with her, to be attentive, charming, engaging, but not too engaging, not so interesting that he neglects his food, not so focused on conversation that he forgets to eat at the proper pace. He must balance eating with talking, never doing too much of either, maintaining perfect equilibrium. And the conversation itself has rules. Do not introduce politics, religion, or other weighty topics for conversation. No discussion of illness or unpleasant subjects. Nothing controversial. Nothing that might lead to disagreement or heated debate. The dinner table is a place for pleasant, light conversation. Weather, travel, books perhaps, but nothing too intellectual. Art, but nothing too controversial. The goal is to make everyone comfortable, to create an atmosphere of harmony and goodwill. But here is one of my favourite rules because it reveals so much about Victorian anxiety. Do not tell long stories, argue, talk scandal or rumours, and do not attack the religious beliefs of anyone present. Apparently, there were gentlemen who would get going on some topic and monopolize the entire dinner conversation. The manual is very clear that this is unacceptable. You must allow others to speak. You must share conversational space just as you share physical space at the table. And speaking of space, here is another detail. Never offer anyone the chair from which you have just risen, unless there be no other disengaged. It may be still warm from your person. Yes, this is an actual rule. Do not let someone sit in a chair that is still warm from your body. The thought of physical warmth, of that intimate reminder that another human body was just occupying that space, was apparently too much for Victorian sensibilities. The chair must be allowed to cool before someone else can sit in it. There is a famous etiquette writer of the era who stated, "Be not obtrusive, do not make a fuss, but do everything smoothly, quietly and deliberately." This is really the key to all Victorian table manners. The ideal gentleman at dinner is almost invisible. He eats without being noticed. He converses without dominating. He manages his utensils, his food, his napkin, his entire presence with such smooth efficiency that it appears effortless. He is there, but not conspicuously so. He participates without drawing attention. He is the perfect guest. But let us return to Frederick, because we are approaching the most dangerous moment of the meal. The moment when more things can go wrong than at any other time, the end of dinner. Because you do not just leave when you're finished eating. Oh no, you must wait for the signal from the hostess. The Gentleman's Book of Etiquette is very specific about this. Never leave the table till the mistress of the house gives the signal. Imagine finishing your meal and having to sit there, making polite conversation, pretending to sip your wine, waiting for the hostess to decide when dinner is over. You cannot excuse yourself. You cannot plead an engagement elsewhere. You cannot simply leave because you are done eating. You must wait, and wait, and wait. Until finally the hostess rises. This is the signal, now everyone may rise. But even rising from the table has protocol. When the signal is given, gentlemen stand immediately. If you have been assigned a lady to escort, you offer your left arm again. You walk with her to the next room, usually the drawing room for ladies and the smoking room or library for gentlemen. This separation of the sexes after dinner was standard. The ladies would retire to their space, the gentlemen to theirs. More conversation, more socializing. The meal itself may be over, but the social ordeal continues. Frederick manages to get through the entire dinner without any major disasters. He does not spill soup on himself. He does not cut all his meat at once like a child. He does not leave his spoon in his coffee cup. He does not butter his bread with the communal butter knife. He does not put his elbows on the table. He does not dominate the conversation. He does not offer Miss Carolyn a warm chair. By all measures, he has succeeded. But here is what strikes me about this entire system. The complexity of Victorian table manners was not really about eating. It was about demonstrating that you had the time, the resources, the training to master something completely impractical. Poor people, working class people, they did not have time to worry about which direction to dip their soup spoon. They did not have the luxury of learning 129 rules for dinner behaviour. They ate quickly, efficiently, because they had to get back to work. But the upper classes, the people who mattered in Victorian society, they had the time to make eating into an elaborate performance. They could afford to worry about warm chairs and butter knives and whether their napkin was folded or unfolded. And by creating this incredibly complex system of rules, they ensured that only people raised in their class, trained from childhood in these behaviours, could ever truly fit in. It was a barrier disguised as refinement. A way to keep the boundaries of social class intact even as industrialization was creating new wealth and threatening those boundaries. You could make a fortune in manufacturing or trade. You could buy a grand house and fine clothes. But if you did not know how to behave at dinner, If you violated any of these unwritten but strictly enforced rules, you would be identified as nouveau riche, as someone who did not truly belong no matter how much money you had. And the anxiety this created must have been immense. Imagine being Frederick, knowing that your entire career, your chances for advancement, your hope of being accepted in better society, all hung on your ability to navigate a dinner without making a single mistake. Imagine the pressure of knowing that one soup spill, one loud slurp, one misused utensil could mark you as unworthy. But here is something interesting. Despite all these rules, despite all the formality and the pressure and the constant surveillance, people did make mistakes. There are wonderful stories from Victorian diaries and letters of dinners gone wrong. A gentleman who forgot himself and tucked his napkin into his collar. A lady who accidentally used the finger bowl to drink from. A host who served the wrong wine with the fish course. A social catastrophe of the highest order. These mistakes were noticed. They were remembered. They were whispered about in drawing rooms for weeks afterwards. But life went on. Society did not actually collapse because someone used the wrong fork. And sometimes, very occasionally, you can detect in these stories a hint of relief. A suggestion that maybe, just maybe, some people found the whole elaborate system as exhausting and ridiculous as we do today. One Victorian writer, looking back on this era, noted that the dinner table had become a place of such anxiety and such strict surveillance that the actual enjoyment of food, the simple pleasure of a good meal with pleasant company, had been almost entirely lost. People were so worried about following the rules that they forgot to actually taste what they were eating. They were so concerned with appearing refined that they could not relax and enjoy themselves. And this, I think, is the real tragedy of Victorian table manners. Not that they were complex, not that they were demanding, but that they transformed something fundamentally joyful, the sharing of food with others, into a test, a trial, a source of anxiety rather than pleasure. The dinner table should be a place of connection, of conversation, of nourishment, both physical and social. But in Victorian upper-class society, it became a battlefield where your social worth was constantly being evaluated and judged. Frederick did get his promotion, by the way. His careful adherence to every rule, his obvious training in proper behaviour impressed his employer. He was deemed suitable for advancement. He had passed the test. But I wonder sometimes whether he ever actually enjoyed a meal after that. Whether he could ever sit at a dinner table without mentally cataloguing all the rules, checking his behaviour against the standard, wondering if anyone was watching him, judging him, finding him wanting. The good news is that most of these rules have faded away. We still have table manners, of course. Basic courtesy remains important. But we do not operate under 129 separate rules. We do not worry about whether our napkin is folded or unfolded. We do not need to know the proper angle to dip our soup spoon. We have, for the most part, let go of the elaborate performance and return to something closer to the simple pleasure of sharing a meal. But before we move on from the dinner table, we need to talk about something even more fraught with danger than knowing which fork to use. We need to talk about courtship. Because if the dinner table was a battlefield, courtship was an entire war, with rules so strict, so elaborate, so utterly unforgiving, that many young people must have wondered whether love was worth all the trouble. And trust me, when you hear about the Victorian courtship rules, you will understand why some couples took years to actually get engaged. The bureaucratic process of falling in love was enough to test even the strongest affection. Let me tell you about it. There is a letter sitting in a museum archive in Boston, written in 1848 by a young woman named Sarah to her sister Elizabeth. In it, Sarah describes meeting a gentleman at a ball. She writes, "He seems quite pleasant, and I believe his attentions might be serious. But I must not allow myself to hope too much, for he has not yet secured an introduction to father, And without that, all is merely polite conversation and nothing more. Then Sarah adds something that breaks my heart a little. Sometimes I wonder if we shall ever truly know each other before we are expected to decide our entire futures. This letter captures something essential about Victorian courtship. The profound loneliness of trying to fall in love within a system designed to prevent you from actually getting to know the other person. Because here is what the Victorians believed, or at least what the upper classes claimed to believe. A gentleman could not pay attention to a lady, could not call upon her, could not show her any special interest whatsoever unless he intended to marry her. Any other behaviour would be dishonourable. It would be leading her on. It would be playing with her affections in a way that could damage her reputation and her marriage prospects. So imagine being a young man in this era. You meet someone interesting at a social gathering. Maybe you dance with her once, following all the rules we discussed earlier. You find yourself thinking about her afterwards. You would like to know her better, but you cannot pursue that interest casually. You cannot ask her to meet you for coffee to see if you are actually compatible. You cannot spend time getting to know her personality, her thoughts, her dreams. No. If you want to see her again, you must commit to a formal courtship, which everyone understands is the path to engagement and marriage. There is no such thing as casual dating. There is no such thing as just getting to know someone. Let me introduce you to Henry, a young lawyer in 1864. Henry has a problem that was common among Victorian gentlemen. He has fallen in love, or at least he thinks he has, with a young woman named Amelia, whom he met at his cousin's house 3 months ago. They have had exactly 4 conversations, all of them in the presence of multiple chaperones, all of them carefully restricted to acceptable topics like the weather, music, and the latest novels. Henry knows that Amelia plays the piano beautifully. He knows that she reads poetry. He knows that she has a gentle laugh and kind eyes. But he does not know if they share the same values. He does not know if she has a temper. He does not know if she is financially prudent or wildly extravagant. He does not know any of the things that actually matter for a successful marriage. And yet, the system demands that he now make a decision. Either pursue formal courtship with the intention of marriage, or stop paying attention to her entirely. The etiquette manuals are crystal clear about this. Routledge's Manual of Etiquette from 1860 states that if a Victorian gentleman wanted to be considered a man of honour, his only motivation for paying court to a young lady was to eventually seek her hand in marriage. If he dallied and flirted with the number of young women of his acquaintance and made no steps in the matrimonial direction, his reputation would be compromised, and vigilant parents would take all the measures necessary to ensure that he had no further access to their daughters. In other words, you could not be a Victorian bachelor who enjoyed the company of women without being labelled a rake or a scoundrel. You could not have female friends in any meaningful sense. Every interaction between a man and a woman was viewed through the lens of potential marriage, and if you were seen to be paying attention to multiple women without proposing to any of them, you would be branded as someone who played with affections, someone who could not be trusted, someone whose company should be avoided. But here is where the system becomes even more restrictive. Even after you decided to pursue courtship, even after you made your intentions clear, you still could not actually spend time alone with the woman you were courting. The rules about chaperones were absolute and unbeatable. Routledge's manual states this explicitly. A couple known to be attached to each other should never, unless when old acquaintances, be left alone for any length of time, nor be allowed to meet in any other place than the lady's home, particularly at balls, concerts, and other public places. Think about what this means. You've committed to courting someone with the intention of marriage. Your entire future happiness depends on whether you're compatible with this person, but you're not allowed to have a private conversation with her. Not once, not ever, until you're actually engaged Every single interaction happens under supervision. In her family's parlour, with her mother sitting 10 feet away, pretending to read but actually listening to every word. Or at carefully supervised social events where you can exchange pleasantries but nothing deeper. How are you supposed to know if you truly love someone under these conditions? How are you supposed to discover if you are compatible? The answer, quite simply, is that you are not. Victorian courtship was not designed to help people find compatible partners. It was designed to ensure that marriages happened within the proper social class, between families of similar standing and wealth. Love was lovely if it happened to occur, but it was not the primary consideration. There is a wonderful, or perhaps terrible, quote from an etiquette manual called Advice to Single Women, published in 1899 by a man named Haydn Brown. He advises women to marry well if you can, but satisfactorily at least. Not marry for love, not marry your soulmate, just marry satisfactorily. Marry someone acceptable, someone appropriate, someone whose social standing and financial prospects make him a suitable match. Whether you actually enjoy his company, whether you share values and dreams, whether you find him interesting, these are secondary concerns at best. Now, let us talk about gifts, because in Victorian courtship, what gift you could give and receive was governed by rules so strict that giving the wrong present could end a courtship before it even began. According to Professor Thomas E. Hill, that etiquette expert we have encountered before, there were exactly 4 items a lady could accept from a gentleman while still maintaining propriety. 4. Books, confectionery, flowers, and sheet music. That was it. Anything else was inappropriate and would suggest an intimacy that did not yet exist. Why these 4 items? The reasoning's actually quite interesting. Flowers and confectionery were perishable. They would be enjoyed and then disappear, leaving no lasting obligation on the lady who received them. A gift that lasted, that remained as a physical object, created a sense of debt, a feeling that something was owed in return. But flowers died. Candy was eaten. These could be accepted without creating obligation. Books and sheet music were permitted because they occupied the mind. They provided intellectual or artistic nourishment. They were seen as elevating rather than frivolous. A gentleman giving a lady a book of poetry was offering her something of educational or cultural value. It was respectable. It was appropriate. It suggested that he valued her mind, not just her appearance. But there is a darker side to this. The rules about gifts were deeply asymmetrical. A lady could not offer a gentleman a gift before she had received one from him first. This was absolutely forbidden. She had to wait for him to initiate. And even after he had given her something, anything she gave in return had to be small, inexpensive, and ideally handmade. The power dynamic was clear. He was the pursuer. She was the pursued. He initiated. She responded. Never the other way around. In fact, one 1837 etiquette manual titled The Young Lady's Friend by a Lady warns women explicitly, accepting gifts from men is a dangerous thing. Some men conclude from your taking one gift that you will accept another, and think themselves encouraged by it to offer their hearts to you. So how was a lady to avoid opening this Pandora's box? The manual's advice is simple. Make it a general rule never to accept a present from a gentleman. Can you imagine? You could not even accept a book from a man you liked without risking your reputation or creating expectations you might not want to fulfill. The anxiety this must have created is hard to overstate. Every small gesture, every tiny exchange, was laden with meaning and potential consequences. And speaking of anxiety, let us talk about the actual mechanics of courtship visits. Because when a gentleman called upon a lady at her home, there were rules about everything. The time of day, the length of the visit, what you wore, where you sat, everything was prescribed and monitored. A morning call, which remember actually meant afternoon in fashionable parlance, should take place between 2 and 4 o'clock in winter and 2 and 5 o'clock in summer. Not earlier, not later, Those were the acceptable hours. The visit itself should last no more than 15 to 20 minutes. Longer than that and you were overstaying your welcome. You were being presumptuous. You were taking up too much of the family's time, so you had 15 to 20 minutes to make conversation, to demonstrate your worthiness, to advance your courtship, all while maintaining perfect propriety and being watched by whoever was serving as chaperone that day. And where did this visit take place? In the drawing room or parlour. Never in a lady's private sitting room. Never in any space that suggested intimacy or privacy. The drawing room was a semi-public space designed for receiving guests. It was formal. It was proper. It was safe from any hint of scandal. You sat in designated chairs at an appropriate distance from each other. You spoke loudly enough that the chaperone could hear. You kept your hands visible at all times. Henry, our lawyer friend, has been calling on Amelia every Tuesday and Friday for the past 6 weeks. He arrives precisely at 2:30 in the afternoon. He is shown into the drawing room by the maid. Amelia's mother is always present, sitting near the window with her embroidery, occasionally glancing up to monitor the conversation. Henry and Amelia talk about books, about music, about the weather, about mutual acquaintances. They have never had a single truly personal conversation. He does not know what she fears or what she hopes for. She does not know what drives him or what keeps him awake at night. But the rules of courtship have been followed. The appropriate amount of time has passed, and now Henry must make a decision about whether to propose. But before we get to the proposal, we need to talk about some of the more bizarre advice given to Victorian men about choosing a wife. Because the literature of this era is filled with guidance that ranges from practical to absolutely insane. One self-help book advised men to seek out women with large bulbous heads, for they are bound to be well-sexed and full of pluck. Yes, large bulbous heads. This was presented as serious advice for mate selection. Another book recommended that a man should choose for your wife a woman with a full bust and good round limbs, as well as a good, large, well-proportioned head. One who can run and walk and lift a good load. It reads like advice for purchasing livestock, not choosing a life partner. The focus is entirely on physical attributes that supposedly indicate good breeding potential and domestic usefulness. Whether the woman was intelligent, kind, funny, interesting, these qualities are not even mentioned. But wait, it gets better. One marriage guide actually stated that a man should realize the idea of sex is abhorrent for a woman, and should not affront her virtue by making her the football of his lust. This is advice for choosing a wife. Choose someone who will be disgusted by a physical intimacy, because that is what proper women are supposed to feel. Can you imagine entering marriage with that expectation? The psychological damage this kind of teaching must have caused is hard to fathom. And here is one more gem from a book called The Marriage Guide for Young Men, published in the 1880s. It states that women prefer backward, awkward, and even a little uncouth manly men over men who are polite and agreeable. So all that training in proper etiquette, all those rules about refined behaviour that we have been discussing, apparently women do not actually want that. They want rough, awkward men instead. The contradiction is stunning. Be a gentleman, but not too much of a gentleman. Be refined, but also be uncouth. The poor Victorian man trying to follow this advice must have been utterly confused. Now, there were also very specific rules about what a lady should watch for when evaluating a potential husband. Routledge's manual advises that a lady should be particular during the early days of courtship to observe how her suitor behaves. His habits and his conduct must awaken her vigilant attention before it be too late. The manual then provides a long list of warning signs. Should he come to visit her at irregular hours, that is a bad sign. It shows a lack of respect for propriety. Should he exhibit a vague or wandering attention that suggests he is not truly interested? Should he give proofs of a want of punctuality? He cannot be trusted with important matters. Should he show disrespect for age, he lacks proper values. Should he sneer at things sacred, he is probably immoral. Should he absent himself from regular attendance at divine service, his character is suspect. Should he evince an inclination to expensive pleasures beyond his means, or to low and vulgar amusements, he will make a poor husband. The list goes on. Should he be foppish in his dress, he is vain. Should he be eccentric, he is unreliable. Should he be slovenly, he is lazy. Should he display a frivolity of mind and an absence of well-directed energy in his worldly pursuits, he will not be a good provider. The manual concludes with this advice. Let the young lady, while there is yet time, eschew that gentleman's acquaintance and allow it gently to drop. Notice what is not on this list, whether he makes her laugh, whether she feels comfortable in his presence, whether they share interests or values, whether she actually enjoys his company. These things do not matter. What matters is whether he demonstrates the external markers of good breeding and financial stability, whether he shows up on time, whether he dresses appropriately, whether he attends church regularly. These are the metrics by which she should judge a potential life partner. But perhaps the most revealing aspect of Victorian courtship was what happened if a lady decided to reject a suitor, because there were very strict rules about rejection, and they reveal so much about the power dynamics and gender expectations of the era. If a gentleman's behaviour towards a woman conveyed romantic feelings, and she did not wish to encourage him, she was expected to do her utmost to gently rebuff his sentiments in a kindly manner, and gradually withdraw from his company. She could not be direct. She could not simply say, "I am not interested." That would be too harsh, too unfeminine, too confrontational. Instead, she had to be gentle. She had to be kind. She had to let him down in such a way that his feelings were spared and his pride was protected. And here is the crucial part. An honourable woman never shared except with her parents that she had rejected a suitor. A manual from 1868 states this explicitly. If you possess either a decent generosity or the least good breeding, you will not divulge a secret which should be sacred between you. Think about what this means. A man could propose, a woman could reject him, and then she was expected to keep that rejection secret for the rest of her life. She could not tell friends. She could not warn other women if the man was unsuitable. She had to protect his reputation even if he did not deserve it. The rejection had to be hidden, private, never spoken of. His feelings mattered more than her need to talk about her own experiences. Meanwhile, the etiquette books had very different advice for men who had been rejected, while a woman had to remain silent. A man was given permission to feel wronged, to nurse his hurt feelings, to view the rejection as an injury done to him. Some manuals even suggested that a rejected suitor might be justified in speaking negatively about the woman, though only to close male friends, of course. The double standard is breathtaking. Now, let us talk about what happened when a courtship progressed successfully, when both parties seemed agreeable, when the appropriate amount of time had passed, and the gentleman had demonstrated his suitability. At this point, according to the rules, the gentleman needed to ascertain the state of a lady's feelings towards himself before he made a positive declaration of his love. In other words, he had to figure out if she would say yes before actually proposing, because being rejected was embarrassing, potentially damaging to his reputation, and definitely awkward for everyone involved. But how was he supposed to ascertain her feelings when he could not have a private conversation with her, when every interaction was supervised and every topic of conversation was restricted? The answer is that he had to rely on incredibly subtle signals. The way she smiled when he entered the room, whether she seemed pleased when he called, how long she allowed conversations to continue, whether she accepted the flowers he sent, These tiny, almost imperceptible cues had to guide his decision about whether to propose. And here is where it gets even more complicated. A proper Victorian lady was not supposed to show too much enthusiasm for a gentleman's attentions. That would be forward. That would be unladylike. She was supposed to maintain an air of modest reserve, even if she was desperately hoping he would propose. One etiquette manual states that the fair one must at all costs conceal her emotion. To admit to affection at this early stage is to admit to humanity. No true gentlewoman admits to feelings. Can you imagine trying to navigate this? You are a gentleman trying to figure out if a lady wants you to propose, but she is not allowed to show that she wants you to propose. She must appear indifferent, even if she is anything but. You must somehow divine her true feelings through the thinnest veil of proper behaviour, all while knowing that if you misread the signals and propose when she does not want you to, both of you will be mortified and her reputation might be damaged by having received an unwanted proposal. The anxiety must have been absolutely crushing for both parties. He worries about misreading signals and making a fool of himself. She worries about appearing too interested and being thought forward, but also about appearing too disinterested and having him give up. It is a dance of such delicate precision that it is amazing anyone ever got engaged at all. But people did get engaged. Henry, after 3 months of proper courtship, of supervised visits and carefully neutral conversations, finally works up the courage to speak to Amelia's father. Because that is the next step. Before proposing to a lady, a gentleman must secure permission from her father. This is not optional. This is required. You do not propose first and then tell the father. You get the father's blessing first. And only if he agrees do you then make your actual proposal to the lady herself. Henry arrives at the house at an appointed time to speak with Mr. Richardson, Amelia's father. The conversation is formal and businesslike. Mr. Richardson wants to know about Henry's income, his prospects, his family background, his character references. This is not a romantic discussion. This is a negotiation. Mr. Richardson is evaluating whether Henry is a suitable match for his daughter, whether he can provide for her, whether he will maintain or improve her social standing, whether this marriage will benefit the family. Only after Mr. Richardson gives his approval does Henry have permission to propose to Amelia, and even the proposal itself must follow certain guidelines. It should be done at her home, probably in the drawing room, though ideally with slightly less supervision than usual. It should be respectful and formal. He should express his feelings, yes, but in measured language. Nothing too passionate. Nothing that might suggest improper levels of physical desire. The proposal should emphasize his respect for her, his admiration of her character, his hope that she will do him the honour of becoming his wife. And here is something fascinating. Despite all these rules, despite all the formality and control and supervision, love did happen. Real affection grew between Victorian couples. They found ways to communicate genuine feeling within the constraints of the system. Letters became enormously important. A courting couple could write to each other with much more freedom than they could speak face to face. Letters allowed for emotional expression that was impossible in supervised parlour visits, and sometimes, just sometimes, couples found small moments of real connection. A glance across a crowded room, a hand briefly touching while turning the pages of sheet music, a conversation at a garden party where the chaperone was momentarily distracted. These moments were precious because they were so rare. They were treasured because they offered a glimpse of what the relationship might be like without all the rules and surveillance. Henry and Amelia did marry, by the way, after an engagement that lasted exactly 11 months, because Cassels advised that an engagement should be no longer than 12 months. They had a proper wedding. And on their wedding night, for the first time in the entire courtship and engagement, they were finally alone together. finally able to speak freely without a chaperone listening, finally able to touch without worrying about propriety. Can you imagine how strange that must have been? To suddenly have complete privacy with someone you barely knew despite months of courting them. The Victorian courtship system was, when you really think about it, designed to produce marriages between compatible social classes, not compatible personalities. It was about maintaining social order, not fostering genuine connection. And while some couples certainly did find love and happiness within this system, how many others spent their lives with someone they never truly knew, someone they might not have chosen if given real freedom to explore compatibility? This is perhaps the saddest legacy of Victorian courtship, not that it was formal or restrictive, but that it treated love as secondary to social considerations, that it made the profound intimacy of marriage subservient to the preservation of class boundaries, that it taught young people to ignore their hearts in favour of their family's social aspirations. But we are not done with courtship yet, because after you navigated all these rules, after you secured parental permission, after you managed a proper proposal, there was one more challenge to face. The proposal itself could go terribly wrong if you did not follow the correct form. And some Victorian proposals, some of them were disasters that became the stuff of legend. Let me tell you about what could happen when the most important question of your life had to follow such rigid rules. But that strange and sometimes heartbreaking story of Victorian proposals deserves its own moment to unfold properly. The year is 1844. A young gentleman named James R. Burton sits in his boarding house room in New York, staring at a blank piece of paper. He has been trying to write something for the past 2 hours, but the words will not come. Finally, he puts down his pen and writes in his diary instead. This is an evening I shall always remember with mingled feelings of pleasure and pain. Tonight I propose to Annalisa, and she has accepted me. Yet even in my joy I am tormented by the memory of how awkwardly I expressed myself, how I stumbled over words that should have flowed smoothly, how I feared at every moment that I would say something wrong and lose her forever. James was not alone in his anxiety. The Victorian marriage proposal was perhaps the most terrifying moment in a gentleman's social life. Because despite all the rules we have discussed, despite all the elaborate preparations and careful courtship, there was no standard script for the actual proposal. You were expected to express the most important question of your life in a way that was passionate but not too passionate, romantic but not too romantic, formal but also sincere. And if you got the tone wrong, if you expressed yourself poorly, you could ruin everything. Let me take you deeper into this moment of absolute terror. According to Cassell's Household Guide, published in 1869, when a Victorian gentleman wished to propose, he first had to ascertain the state of a lady's feelings towards himself before he made a positive declaration of his love. In other words, you had to somehow know she would say yes before you actually asked. Because rejection was not just personally devastating, it was socially awkward for both parties and potentially damaging to the lady's reputation. The fact that she had received an unwanted proposal could itself be seen as a mark against her character. But here is the impossible part. You had to determine her feelings without actually asking about them directly. You could not say, "Would you be interested if I were to propose marriage?" That would be absurd. That would rob the proposal of any romance or spontaneity. No, you had to read subtle signals, the way she responded to your visits, whether she seemed pleased when you called, how she reacted to the flowers you sent. You were supposed to divine her intentions through the thinnest evidence, through signs so subtle that you could easily misinterpret them. And here is where the etiquette manuals reveal their awareness of just how difficult this was. The Dictionary of Love, published in 1858, acknowledges that while a lady could not propose to a gentleman, only queens were permitted to do so. She may lawfully do everything in her power, short of actually proposing, to encourage the right man to make the declaration. But what did that mean? What was everything in her power? Smile more? Extend visits by a few minutes? Accept an extra flower? The signals were so subtle, so easily misread, that countless men must have agonized over whether they were seeing encouragement or just politeness. There is a passage in an etiquette manual that describes the ideal moment for a proposal, and it reads like something from a romance novel. The Etiquette of Courtship and Matrimony, published in 1852, states that the happy moment of opportunity arrives in sweet suddenness, when the floodgates of feeling are loosened and the full tide of mutual affection gushes forth uncontrolled. It sounds beautiful, romantic, perfect. But imagine being the gentleman who has to create or identify this moment. What if the floodgates do not loosen? What if the tide does not gush? What if you misread the moment entirely? Now, let us talk about what happened when proposals went wrong, because they did go wrong, often spectacularly, and the stories that survive give us a window into both the humour and the pathos of Victorian romantic life. There is a wonderful account in the Evening Post from August 14th, 1840, describing what the paper calls a laconic proposal. The conversation, as reported, went exactly like this. The gentleman says, "Pray, madam, do you like buttered toast?" The lady responds, "Yes, sir." The gentleman continues, "Buttered on both sides?" The lady says, "Yes, sir." The gentleman then asks, "Will you marry me?" Can you imagine? The most important question of your life delivered immediately after a discussion about toast. The newspaper clearly found this hilarious, as did many readers at the time. But I wonder about the lady in that scenario. Did she say yes because she actually wanted to marry him, or because she was so surprised and flustered by the abruptness that she did not know what else to say? Did they have a happy marriage? Or did they both spend years wondering what had possessed them to make such a momentous decision based on a conversation about breakfast? But at least the toast proposal was memorable. Many Victorian proposals were so indirect, so couched in formal language and circumlocution, that the lady receiving them was not entirely sure she was being proposed to. There is a fascinating analysis of this in a modern examination of Elizabeth Gaskell's novel North and South. The scholar points out that when Mr. Thornton proposes to Margaret Hale in the novel, he does so in such a passionate torrent of words, expressing his feelings and his admiration, that he never actually asks her to marry him. He declares his love, he speaks of his hopes, but the direct question is never posed. And yet, Margaret understands perfectly that she is being proposed to, because Victorian women were trained to recognise these indirect proposals. They had to be, because direct proposals were considered too blunt, too unrefined. The novel North and South actually includes a line where Margaret reflects on this. She thinks to herself, "Margaret began to wonder whether all offers were as unexpected beforehand, as distressing at the time of their occurrence, as the two she had had." Notice that word, distressing, not joyful, not exciting, distressing, because even when a proposal was wanted, even when the lady had been hoping for it, the actual moment was fraught with anxiety and social pressure. She had to respond correctly. She had to show the appropriate level of emotion. Too much enthusiasm and she might seem immodest. Too little and she might seem ungrateful. The narrow path of acceptable response was incredibly difficult to navigate. There is also the question of timing. When should a proposal occur? How long should a courtship last before a proposal was expected? The etiquette manuals, interestingly, are reluctant to establish a specific time frame. Cassell suggests that an engagement should be no longer than 12 months, implying that the courtship before engagement might last anywhere from a few months to a year or more. But there are no hard rules, which means that both parties were left in a state of uncertainty. He wondered if he was proposing too soon or waiting too long. She wondered if he was ever going to propose at all, or if she had misread his intentions entirely. Let me introduce you to another couple whose story illuminates this uncertainty. In 1845, a young man named Effingham Nichols was courting Elizabeth Treadwell, the eldest daughter of a prominent New York family. We do not know how long their courtship lasted, but we know that Effingham was only 2 years into his law practice when they married on April 9th of that year. He must have received significant encouragement from Elizabeth during their courtship, emboldening him to declare his love and propose marriage. But the historical record does not tell us how he proposed, what words he used, or whether he agonized over the decision as much as other men seem to. What we do know is that proposals often involved seeking the father's permission first. This was not just good manners, it was considered essential. A gentleman who proposed without first speaking to the lady's father risked being seen as disrespectful, presumptuous, even potentially predatory. The father had to give his blessing, and this blessing was not automatic. The father will want to know about the gentleman's income, his prospects, his family connections, his character. The proposal to the father was almost as nerve-wracking as the proposal to the lady herself. There is a letter from the Victorian era written by a gentleman to a friend, describing his meeting with his beloved's father. He writes that he felt like he was being examined for a position of employment, which, in a sense, he was. The father asked about his yearly income, about his debts, about his plans for the future, about whether he attended church regularly, about his political views. The young man wrote that he felt every answer was being weighed and judged, that one wrong word might cost him everything, and only after this interrogation did the father finally nod and say, "You have my permission to address my daughter." But even with the father's permission secured, the actual proposal remained terrifying, because unlike today, where the question is usually straightforward, "Are you willing to marry me?" Victorian proposals often involved elaborate declarations of feeling that had to strike just the right tone. Too passionate and you might frighten the lady or suggest improper desires. Too formal and you might seem cold and unfeeling. The balance was nearly impossible to achieve. One etiquette manual provides sample language for proposals, and reading it now is both touching and slightly absurd. The manual suggests that a gentleman might say something like this: "Dearest lady, I have long admired you from afar, and have found in your character and accomplishments all that I could desire in a wife. I know that I am unworthy of you, that I can offer you little beyond my sincere affection and my earnest desire to make you happy. But if you could find it in your heart to accept my hand, you would make me the most blessed of men." Notice what is happening here. He is declaring his feelings while simultaneously diminishing himself. I am unworthy. I can offer you little. This self-deprecation was considered appropriate, even necessary. A gentleman who proposed with too much confidence might seem arrogant. He had to approach the proposal with humility, acknowledging that she would be doing him a favour by accepting. But here is where it gets psychologically complex. While the gentleman was supposed to be humble and uncertain, he was also supposed to project confidence and competence. After all, he was asking a woman to trust him with her entire future. She needed to believe that he could provide for her, protect her, make good decisions, so he had to be simultaneously humble and confident, uncertain and assured, vulnerable and strong. Is it any wonder that many men found the whole experience paralyzing? And then there was the lady's response. If she wanted to accept, and if she was a properly brought up Victorian lady, she could not simply say yes with enthusiasm. That would be too forward. Instead, she was supposed to show modest hesitation, perhaps even gentle resistance. The etiquette books actually advise this. A lady should not appear too eager to accept a proposal. She should give the impression that she is carefully considering the matter, even if she has been hoping for this proposal for months. She might say something like, "Sir, you do me great honour, but I must beg time to consider your generous offer." My feelings are in such confusion that I cannot trust myself to respond immediately. This might sound like a rejection to modern ears, but to Victorians it was understood to mean something more like yes, but I must appear properly modest about it. The gentleman was expected to recognise this as a positive response, and to give her a day or two to officially accept. The whole thing was an elaborate dance of pretended uncertainty covering actual certainty. But what if she genuinely wanted to reject him? Here is where the etiquette becomes even more complicated. A lady could not be blunt. She could not say, "No, I do not wish to marry you." That would be cruel, unfeminine, a violation of proper behaviour. Instead, she had to find gentle ways to refuse. She might say that she felt honoured by his regard but did not feel she could make him happy, or that her affections were not sufficiently engaged, or that she felt too unworthy of his good opinion. Notice that in all these refusals, she takes the blame upon herself. It is not that he's unsuitable, it is that she is not ready, or not worthy, or not able to return his feelings. She must protect his pride even while rejecting him. And remember what we discussed earlier. She must then keep this rejection secret for the rest of her life. She cannot tell friends that she rejected him. She cannot warn other women if he was inappropriate or unsuitable. The rejection must remain private, known only to her, to him, and possibly to her parents. His reputation must be protected at all costs. There is something deeply troubling about this asymmetry. The entire proposal system placed enormous pressure on both parties, but the consequences of things going wrong fell disproportionately on women. If a woman was known to have rejected multiple proposals, she might be seen as too particular, too proud, impossible to please. If she accepted a proposal too quickly, she might be seen as desperate. If she hesitated too long, she might be seen as coy or manipulative. She had to navigate this incredibly narrow path of acceptable behaviour, while also trying to make one of the most important decisions of her life. Men certainly face pressure and anxiety around proposals, but they at least had agency. They controlled the timing. They decided when to speak to the father, when to make the proposal, how to express themselves. Women could only wait and hope, and respond appropriately when the moment finally came, or did not come, because many women spent years waiting for proposals that never materialized, watching as the men they thought were courting them simply faded away without explanation, leaving them to wonder what they had done wrong. There is a particularly heartbreaking aspect to all of this. The Victorian period is often romanticized in modern times. We think of it as an era of grand romantic gestures, of passionate love letters, of men who knew how to properly court a woman. And yes, those things existed. Victorian couples did write beautiful letters to each other. They did find ways to express genuine affection within the constraints of the system. But we often forget the anxiety, the uncertainty, the loneliness that also characterized Victorian courtship. The years of waiting, the proposals that never came, the marriages entered into not for love but for practicality, the sense of being trapped in a system that allowed very little room for authentic human connection. James R. Burton, whose diary entry we began with, eventually had a happy marriage to Anne Elisa. His initial awkwardness at the proposal became a story they apparently shared with their children and grandchildren. The terror of that moment faded into a memory that could be laughed about. But for every couple like James and Anne Elisa, there were others whose stories did not end happily, whose awkward proposals led to marriages that never quite recovered from that uncertain beginning, whose romantic hopes were crushed by a system that made genuine connections so difficult. Here is what strikes me most about Victorian proposals. They took what should be a moment of joy, of two people choosing to build a life together, and transformed it into a test. Another test in the endless series of tests that characterized Victorian social life. Can you express yourself properly? Can you follow the rules? Can you demonstrate that you belong to the class you claim to belong to? The actual feelings, the actual compatibility, the actual prospects for happiness, these were secondary concerns at best. And yet love persisted. Despite all the rules and restrictions and anxieties, people fell in love. They found ways to know each other, to build connection, to create partnerships that sustain them through life. The human capacity for affection and connection proved stronger than even the most elaborate social restrictions. And perhaps that is the real story here. Not how difficult the Victorians made courtship, but how people found love anyway. How they worked within and around and sometimes against the system to find someone they could build a life with. But the proposal was not the end of the story. Once you were engaged, a whole new set of rules came into play, and one of the first things an engaged gentleman had to master was something we have not yet discussed in detail, something that was considered absolutely essential to gentlemanly appearance and behaviour, something that could make or break your social success. I am talking about your hat. Yes, your hat. Because Victorian hat etiquette was so complex, so full of subtle meanings and potential pitfalls, that entire chapters of etiquette books were devoted to the proper handling, wearing, and removal of this seemingly simple item. And trust me when you hear about the intricate dance of hat management that Victorian gentlemen had to master, you will never look at a man in a top hat the same way again. A Victorian gentleman walked out of his house every single morning carrying, on average, between 3 and 7 pounds of beaver fur, silk and felt balanced on his head. This was his hat, specifically his top hat, that tall cylindrical symbol of respectability that we now associate with magicians and formal occasions. But to a Victorian gentleman, his hat was far more than an accessory. It was a tool of communication, a marker of social status, a weapon in the subtle warfare of daily etiquette, and the rules about when to wear it, when to remove it, how to hold it, and what to do with it in various situations were so complex that making a single mistake could brand you as socially incompetent. Let me tell you about a particular afternoon in 1867. A young man named Thomas is walking down a fashionable street in London when he sees approaching him Miss Julia Morrison, the daughter of his employer. Thomas has met Miss Morrison several times at office functions. They are acquainted, though not well, and now, as she walks toward him accompanied by her maid, Thomas must make a series of rapid-fire decisions about his hat. Each decision carries social weight. Each could be observed and judged. Each might affect how Miss Morrison, and through her, his employer, views him. Should he simply nod and continue walking? Should he touch the brim of his hat? Should he lift his hat slightly? Should he remove it entirely? The answer depends on multiple factors. How well do they know each other? Did she acknowledge him first, or is he initiating the greeting? Are there other people present who might observe this interaction? Is he carrying packages that would make hat removal awkward? All of these considerations flash through Thomas's mind in the 2 seconds it takes for them to draw near each other. This is what Victorian hat etiquette demanded. Constant vigilance, instant calculation, perfect execution, and Thomas is just one man on one street on one afternoon. Multiply this scenario by every gentleman in every city making these calculations hundreds of times every day, and you begin to understand the mental burden of Victorian social life. Let us start with this most fundamental rule. A gentleman must remove his hat when entering any building. This seems straightforward enough. But the definition of building was specific. A private home, yes, absolutely. The hat comes off immediately upon crossing the threshold. A church, of course, a theatre, certainly, though only after you reach your seat. But what about a shop? Here the rules become nuanced. If you are simply making a quick purchase, the hat may stay on, though touching the brim politely when addressing the shopkeeper is advisable. But if you are being fitted for clothes, if you're spending more than a few minutes, if you are in any kind of personal service establishment, the hat should come off. And then there are the exceptions to the exceptions. If you are in a public building with your hat in your hand and you need to pass through a corridor or hallway to reach another destination, you may put your hat back on for the journey through the corridor, then remove it again when you reach your actual destination, unless the corridor is short, in which case, keep the hat off. The mental gymnastics required to remember all these variations is exhausting just to think about. But the real complexity of Victorian hat etiquette emerges when we talk about greetings, because the presence of a woman changed everything. If a gentleman encountered a lady on the street and she greeted him, he was required to lift his hat, not touch the brim, not nod while keeping the hat on. Lift, remove it from his head entirely. According to Cassell's Household Guide, the gentleman had to wait for the lady to recognize him before lifting his hat. He could not presume to greet her first. She had to acknowledge him, and then, and only then, could he respond by lifting his hat. But here is where it gets specific. He must use the hand farthest from her to lift the hat. Think about this. If she is approaching on your right, you lift your hat with your left hand. If she is on your left, you use your right hand. Why? Because this creates the maximum distance between your hand and her person. It minimizes any possibility of accidental contact. It maintains proper separation even in the act of greeting. The Victorians thought of everything, and the lifting itself had rules. You do not simply grab your hat and yank it off your head. That would be crude. Instead, you grasp the hat with a smooth, practiced motion, lift it several inches above your head, hold it there for a moment while bowing slightly, then return it to your head with equal smoothness. The entire gesture should take approximately 2 to 3 seconds. Too quick and it seems perfunctory, too slow and it seems exaggerated. The timing must be perfect. But wait, what if the lady offers her hand? Now you have a problem. You need one hand for your hat and one hand to shake hers. If you have been taught proper etiquette, you already lifted your hat with the hand farthest from her, so your near hand is free to take hers if she extends it. See how this works? Every detail connects to every other detail. The entire system is like an elaborate clockwork mechanism where each gear must turn in precise coordination with all the others. Now, between gentlemen, the rules were different. Men did not remove their hats for each other unless they were entering into conversation, not just passing on the street. Instead, gentlemen acknowledged each other with what the manuals call a small nod of the head, a gesture of the hand, or a mere touching of the hat. Notice that word. Touching, not lifting, not removing, just touching the brim. This signalled recognition and respect without the more elaborate show of deference required for ladies. But here is a rule that must have driven men absolutely mad. A gentleman should not bow from a window to a lady on the street, though he may bow slightly from the street upon being recognised by a lady in a window. Why this distinction? The thinking was that a gentleman bowing from a window to a lady on the street created a public spectacle. It drew attention to the lady, potentially causing her embarrassment. It suggested a level of familiarity that might not exist. It was too forward, too presumptuous. But if she was in the window and acknowledged him first, then he could respond with a slight bow. Even then, the etiquette books warn that such recognition should generally be avoided, as gossip is likely to attach undue importance to it when seen by others. Think about the paranoia embedded in these rules. Do not bow from a window because people might see and gossip. Do not greet someone too enthusiastically because observers might misinterpret. Every public interaction was potentially a source of scandal, a subject for speculation and whispers. The hat rules were not just about politeness, they were about controlling narrative, managing perception, maintaining reputation. Now let us talk about the most mortifying rule of all. What you do with your hat when making a social call. When a gentleman calls upon a lady at her home, he does not simply leave his hat with the servant at the door. Oh no, He brings his hat into the drawing room with him. This is crucial. According to the etiquette manuals, a gentleman takes his hat and cane, if he carries one, into the room where he will be received. Why? Because bringing your hat and cane into the room signals that you do not intend to stay long. It is a polite fiction, a social signal that says, I am merely paying a brief, respectful call. I will not impose upon your time. Even if you secretly hope to stay for an hour of pleasant conversation, the hat says otherwise. The hat says, I am aware of the proper limits of a social visit. But then, where do you put this hat? You cannot simply drop it on the floor. That would be unspeakably vulgar. The etiquette manuals are very specific about this. The hat may be placed on a piece of furniture, but never something as vulgar as on the floor or under his chair. On a side table, perhaps, on an empty chair if one is available. But it must be handled carefully, placed with consideration, and kept within your general vicinity so that you can retrieve it smoothly when the time comes to leave. And here is the detail that shows how seriously Victorians took this. There are accounts of gentlemen who, finding no appropriate place to put their hat during a social call, held it throughout the entire visit. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, sitting in a chair trying to engage in pleasant conversation while clutching a top hat in their lap. Because putting it on the floor would be unthinkable, and putting it somewhere inappropriate would be nearly as bad. So they just held it the entire time. Can you imagine how awkward that must have been? But the rules become even more specific. If, during your visit, the lady of the house offers refreshments, what do you do with your hat then? The answer is that you must find a place to set it down, because you cannot possibly manage a teacup and a hat simultaneously. But this creates a problem. By setting down your hat, you are symbolically indicating that you might stay longer than originally intended. You are contradicting the message the hat was supposed to send. The contradiction was understood and accepted, but it must have created its own form of social anxiety. And then there is the question of hat condition. Because a gentleman's hat was expensive, a significant investment that needed to last for years. A good top hat in the mid-1800s might cost the equivalent of 2 weeks' wages for a working-class man. Even for the middle class, it was not a casual purchase, so the hat had to be maintained, protected, kept in pristine condition. Because a shabby hat, a hat with a bent brim or a stained silk cover or a dusty finish, that hat told everyone who saw you that you could not afford to maintain your appearance properly, that you were struggling financially, that you might not be the gentleman you claim to be. This led to an entire industry of hat care products and services, hat brushes, hat boxes, hat stands, professional hat cleaners and renovators, special techniques for removing stains and restoring shape. A gentleman might spend as much time caring for his hat as a woman spent on her hair, because that hat was on display every time he stepped out of his house. It was being judged by everyone he encountered. One journalist from the era wrote, somewhat sarcastically, that a gentleman might be forgiven many sins, but a disreputable hat marked him as beyond redemption. Now there were different types of hats, and each carried its own social meaning. The top hat, that tall formal creation, was for business, for social calls, for any situation requiring formality and respect. But there was also the bowler hat, sometimes called a derby, which was more casual, more practical, associated with the middle class and with country life. A gentleman wearing a bowler to a formal dinner would be as out of place as someone wearing jeans to a modern black tie event. The type of hat you wore communicated who you were and where you belonged in the social hierarchy. And then there were the seasonal variations. Summer hats were made of lighter materials, often with straw or Panama incorporated. Winter hats were heavier, offering more protection from the cold. Wearing a winter hat in summer or a summer hat in winter marked you as either eccentric or, more likely, too poor to own appropriate hats for each season. The subtle signals embedded in hat choice were read and interpreted by everyone you encountered. There is a particularly revealing quote from a Victorian etiquette expert who noted that more men have been excluded from society for their hats than for their characters. This was probably an exaggeration, but it contained truth. A man with questionable character but an impeccable hat might be tolerated in polite society. A man with sterling character but a shabby hat might be excluded. Because the hat was visible, the hat could be judged instantly. Character required time to evaluate. In the rapid social calculations of Victorian life, the hat often won. Let me tell you what happened to Thomas, our young man encountering Miss Morrison on the street. He made his decision in that split second. She acknowledged him first with a small nod. He immediately lifted his hat with his left hand since she was approaching on his right, held it for precisely 2.5 seconds while bowing slightly, then returned it to his head with a smooth motion. He did not speak as they were not intimate enough acquaintances for a street conversation. She continued on her way, he continued on his. The entire interaction lasted perhaps 5 seconds. But later that evening, at a dinner party attended by Miss Morrison's father, Thomas learned that she had mentioned the encounter. She told her father that she had seen young Thomas in town and that he had greeted her very properly, very correctly. Those words, very properly, very correctly, meant everything. They meant Thomas had passed another small test in the endless examination that was Victorian social life. They meant his employer would continue to view him favourably. They meant his prospects for advancement remained intact. All because he lifted his hat the right way at the right time. This is what I want you to understand about Victorian hat etiquette. It was not really about the hat. It was about demonstrating that you had the training, the awareness, the self-control to navigate an incredibly complex system of unwritten rules. It was about showing that you belonged, that you understood, that you could be trusted to represent your class appropriately in any social situation. And the mental burden this created must have been enormous. Imagine going through your entire day, every day, calculating out protocol for every person you encountered. Lift for this lady, touch for that gentleman. Remove entirely here, keep on there. Consider the angle of your bow. Remember the hand farthest from her. Maintain your hat's condition. Choose the appropriate style for the occasion. Never, ever put it on the floor. The exhaustion of constant vigilance, constant performance, constant judgment. But here is what is both fascinating and sad about all of this. The Victorians would have told you that these rules made life easier, not harder. That by having clear protocols for every situation, you always knew what to do. You did not have to guess or improvise. The rules provided certainty in a world that often felt uncertain. And there is some truth to that. A clear rule, even a complex one, can be easier to follow than having to make genuine decisions about how to behave in each new situation. But the cost was high. The cost was that every interaction became performative. Every encounter was a test. You could not simply be yourself. You had to constantly perform the role of gentleman, and the hat was one of your most important props. It must have been lonely in a way. To go through life never quite able to relax, never able to forget that you were being watched and judged and evaluated based on the smallest gestures. The top hat eventually fell out of fashion. By the early 20th century, it was relegated to the most formal occasions. By the mid-20th century, it had largely disappeared from everyday life. But while it reigned, while it was an essential part of every gentleman's wardrobe, it represented something important about Victorian culture. The belief that external behaviour mattered more than internal feeling, that following the rules correctly was more important than authentic connection. That appearance was reality. And yet, despite all these rules, despite all this performance and judgment and anxiety, people still found ways to connect, still found ways to be human with each other, still found moments of genuine warmth and kindness within the constraints of the system. Thomas and Miss Morrison, for example, eventually became friendly colleagues. Years later, she would joke with him about their first street encounter, about how nervous he had looked, how carefully he had executed the hat lift. The moment that had felt so fraught at the time became, with distance, a shared memory that brought them closer together. Perhaps that is the ultimate lesson of Victorian hat etiquette, that humans are remarkably adaptable, that we can find connection even within the most restrictive systems. That rules, no matter how complex, cannot entirely contain the human need to see and be seen, to know and be known. The hat might have been a barrier, a tool of social control, a source of anxiety, but it was also just a hat. And beneath it was a human being trying to navigate a complicated world as best he could. Now, speaking of things that were supposed to protect and present the gentleman properly, we need to talk about another essential item that Victorian men wore every single day, in every single situation. Something that was even more intimately connected to their bodies than a hat. Something that had its own elaborate protocol and carried its own social meanings. I am talking about gloves. And trust me, if you thought hat rules were complex, wait until you hear what Victorian gentlemen had to know about the proper wearing, removal and management of their gloves. The rules will surprise you, the social implications will astound you, and the reasons behind some of these rules will reveal something profound about Victorian attitudes toward the human body itself. In 1872, a well-respected merchant in Philadelphia made what seemed like a minor error. He attended a church service without his gloves, not because he had forgotten them at home, not because he had lost them, but because the weather was warm and he thought quite reasonably that wearing gloves on a hot summer day was unnecessary. By the following week, 3 families had quietly stopped doing business with him. Within a month, invitations to social gatherings stopped arriving at his door. His wife was no longer called upon by her friends, all because he had shown his bare hands in public. This story, documented in a contemporary newspaper editorial lamenting the strictness of social codes, illustrates something crucial about Victorian glove etiquette. Gloves were not optional. They were not about comfort or practicality. They were a fundamental barrier between a gentleman and the world, a protective layer that signaled civilization, refinement, and proper breeding. To appear in public without gloves was, quite literally, to appear naked, exposed, improper in a way that shocked Victorian sensibilities. Let me introduce you to another gentleman, a young banker named Robert, living in London in 1868. Robert owns 14 pairs of gloves. This is not excessive. This is, in fact, the minimum for a gentleman of his station. He has white kid leather gloves for evening wear, grey dogskin gloves for daytime formal occasions, tan buckskin gloves for riding, brown leather gloves for travel, black gloves for mourning, cream-coloured gloves for weddings. Each pair serves a specific purpose, each is appropriate for specific circumstances. Wearing the wrong gloves is almost as bad as wearing no gloves at all. And Robert must know not just which gloves to wear, but when to remove them, how to remove them, what to do with them once removed, and when it is absolutely forbidden to remove them at all. The rules are intricate, overlapping, sometimes contradictory, and mistakes are noticed. Mistakes are remembered. Mistakes can cost you social standing, business opportunities, marriage prospects, all because of a piece of leather covering your hands. Let us start with the most fundamental rule. A gentleman wears gloves always when on the street, always in church, always at formal occasions, always at social gatherings. The only exceptions are eating and drinking. That is it. Those are your only 2 permitted reasons for having bare hands in public. And even then, the removal of gloves must be done discreetly, carefully, with as little attention drawn to the act as possible. But here is where Victorian thinking about gloves reveals something profound about their attitudes toward the human body. The hand, you see, was considered an intimate part of the body, not intimate in a romantic or sexual sense, though there were elements of that too, but intimate in the sense of being too personal, too revealing, too close to the essential self to be displayed casually. The face could be shown, that was acceptable, but the hand was private. There is a passage in an etiquette manual from the 1850s that explains this reasoning. It states that the hand, being constantly in use for work and daily tasks, was prone to showing wear, to developing calluses, to revealing one's occupation and social class. A gentleman's hands, the manual explains, should never betray whether he works with them or not. The glove creates a quality where nature and circumstance created distinction. A labourer's rough, calloused hands and a gentleman's soft, well-maintained hands both disappear beneath gloves. The glove was the great equaliser, at least in theory. Of course, in practice, the type of glove you wore immediately revealed your social status anyway. A workman's rough woolen gloves versus a gentleman's fine kid leather gloves were as distinctive as their bare hands would have been. But the fiction was maintained. The theory persisted. Gloves created a civilized uniformity of appearance. Now, let us talk about the specific rules, because this is where glove etiquette becomes truly Byzantine. When a gentleman greeted a lady on the street, he did not remove his gloves. We already discussed the hat lifting in the previous section, but the gloves stayed on. Why? Because removing gloves in public, even to greet someone, suggested a level of intimacy that was inappropriate for a street encounter. The glove was a barrier that must be maintained. But when entering a home for a social call, the rules changed. A gentleman would typically remove his gloves in the entrance hall before being shown into the drawing room. This signalled respect for the household, a willingness to be more at ease, an acknowledgement that he was entering private space. However, and this is crucial, if the visit was very formal, if he was calling on someone he did not know well, if he was there on business rather than pleasure, the gloves might stay on. The decision about whether to remove gloves during a social call was itself a form of communication, a signal about the nature of the visit and the relationship between the parties. And then there is the handshake. Remember when we discussed that Victorian handshakes were supposed to involve gentle pressure and slight movement from the wrist? Well, there is more to it. When two gentlemen shook hands, they typically kept their gloves on. This was standard, acceptable, expected. The gloves created a layer of formality appropriate to business or casual social interaction. But when a gentleman shook hands with a lady, the rules became complicated. If she was wearing gloves, and she almost certainly was if they were in public or at a formal gathering, then he kept his gloves on as well. Gloved hand to gloved hand was proper and correct. But if for some reason she was not wearing gloves, perhaps at an informal gathering at home, then he must remove his glove before shaking her hand. Why? Because it would be disrespectful to touch her bare hand with his gloved one. The asymmetry would be wrong, both gloved or both bare, but never one of each. Except, and here is where it gets even more complicated, a lady never removed her gloves to shake hands. Never. Even if the gentleman removed his, her gloves stayed on. So the actual scenario would be this. Lady without gloves extends her hand. Gentleman quickly removes his glove and takes her bare hand in his bare hand. Or more commonly, lady with gloves extends her hand. Gentleman keeps his gloves on and takes her gloved hand in his gloved hand. The gentleman had to read the situation instantly and respond appropriately. Hesitation would be noticed. Mistakes would be judged. Robert, our banker, made a mistake once. Early in his career at a garden party, a lady extended her ungloved hand to him. He panicked. He did not want to seem too familiar by touching her bare hand with his bare hand, so he shook her hand while still wearing his glove. The moment he did it, he knew it was wrong. He saw the slight widening of her eyes, the brief pause before she withdrew her hand. She said nothing. The conversation continued normally, but he knew, and he was certain she knew that he knew. That tiny error haunted him for weeks. Did she tell anyone? Did people at the party notice? Would it affect how she and her family viewed him? This is the psychological toll of Victorian etiquette. You could never be sure. You could never know if your mistakes were being catalogued, discussed, held against you. The anxiety was constant and corrosive. Now let us talk about glove removal. Because taking off gloves was not a simple matter of yanking them off your hands. There was a correct way to do it, a proper technique that every gentleman was expected to master. You began with the right hand, using your left hand to gently loosen each finger of the glove, starting with the pinky and working toward the thumb. Then you pulled the glove off smoothly without tugging or jerking. Then you repeated the process with the left glove, using your now bare right hand. The entire process should be smooth, practiced, unremarkable. Drawing attention to the act of removing gloves was considered poor form. And what did you do with the gloves once removed? If you were at dinner, they were placed on your lap beneath your napkin. If you were at a ball or social gathering where dancing might occur, they were carried in your left hand so your right hand remained free. Never, and I mean never, were gloves placed on a table where food was being served. That would be unhygienic, improper, a sign of poor breeding. The gloves touched the street, the carriage, countless surfaces throughout the day. They did not belong near food, but here is a detail that reveals just how expensive and valued gloves were. A gentleman's evening gloves, those fine white kid leather gloves worn to balls and formal dinners, could cost the equivalent of half a week's wages for a working-class man. They were delicate. They stained easily. They wore out quickly. A gentleman who attended social events regularly might go through a dozen pairs of evening gloves in a year. This was a significant expense even for the middle and upper classes, and the gloves had to be maintained. There were special techniques for cleaning kid leather gloves, for removing stains, for restoring their suppleness when they became stiff. Some gentlemen sent their gloves to professional glove cleaners. Others carefully cleaned them at home using recipes that involved substances like benzene, ammonia, and breadcrumbs. Yes, breadcrumbs. You would rub fresh breadcrumbs over the glove to lift stains, then carefully brush them away. It worked, apparently, though it must have been tedious work. There is something both poignant and absurd about this level of care for gloves. These men were spending significant time and money maintaining gloves that they were required to wear, but that served no practical purpose. The gloves did not keep the hands significantly warmer or cooler. They did not protect their hands from any real harm. They were purely symbolic, purely social, and yet the consequences of not wearing them or of wearing dirty or damaged gloves were real and severe. Let me tell you about the colour rules, because even the shade of your gloves communicated social information. White or cream-coloured gloves were for evening wear. They signalled formality, celebration, special occasions. Grey or tan gloves were for daytime formal wear. They were versatile, appropriate for business or social calls. Brown gloves were for country wear, for riding, for more casual pursuits. Black gloves were for mourning. Wearing black gloves when not in mourning was inappropriate, but wearing coloured gloves during a mourning period was equally wrong and far more offensive, suggesting a lack of proper grief or respect. And the rules about mourning gloves were specific. When mourning a close family member, a gentleman wore black gloves for at least 6 months, sometimes up to a year. When mourning a more distant relative or a friend, black gloves might be worn for a shorter period. But you could not simply stop wearing black gloves and switch back to regular gloves. There was a transition period where very dark grey gloves were appropriate. Gradually lightening shades of grey over weeks or months signalled your emergence from mourning. The progression of glove colours told the story of your grief and recovery. It was another form of communication, another way the body and its coverings were used to convey information to society. Here is a question I want you to consider. What was it about bare hands that so disturbed Victorian sensibilities? Why this particular focus on covering the hands when other parts of the body, like the face, could be freely shown? I think the answer reveals something important about Victorian psychology. The hand is the part of us that touches the world. It is active, grasping, manipulating. It works. It engages. And in a society that was deeply invested in the idea that upper-class people, and especially upper-class women, did not work with their hands, covering the hands became a way of denying that reality. The glove said, "My hands do not touch the world directly. I am too refined for such contact. I engage with reality only through layers of civilization and propriety." But there is also something about the hand as a marker of individuality. Our hands are distinctive. The size, the shape, the texture of the skin, any scars or marks or imperfections. Hands reveal age. They show whether you work in the sun or indoors. They betray your habits and your history. The glove, then, was another form of the uniformity that Victorian society so valued. Just as rigid etiquette rules meant that everyone behaved the same way regardless of personal inclination, gloves meant that everyone's hands looked essentially the same regardless of their individual characteristics. There is a melancholy quality to this when you really think about it. Another way the Victorian system worked to suppress individuality in favour of social conformity. You could not even let people see your bare hands without risking social consequences. Every part of you that could be controlled had to be controlled. Every bit of authentic self that could be hidden should be hidden. Present the approved version, hide everything else. Robert eventually mastered glove etiquette. The mistake at the garden party was never mentioned again, at least not to his face. He learned to read situations instantly, to know when to remove gloves and when to keep them on, to execute the removal process smoothly and without thought. It became automatic, like so many other Victorian social behaviours. Second nature, performed without conscious effort. But I wonder if there was a part of him that resented it, that felt the burden of constant performance, constant awareness, constant judgment. The gloves were soft leather, but they must have sometimes felt like shackles. Now you might be thinking that at least at home in private, Victorian gentlemen could relax, could let down their guard, could stop performing, and to some extent that is true. The home was supposed to be a refuge from the demands of public life. But even at home, even in supposedly private spaces, there were rules, social rules that governed how family members interacted, how servants were treated, how meals were conducted. And one of the most complex arenas of Victorian domestic life was the drawing room, that space where the family received visitors and where so many of the social rituals we have discussed actually took place. The drawing room had its own elaborate etiquette, rules about where to sit, how to conduct conversation, when visitors were welcome and when they should leave. And these rules were just as strict, just as important, just as fraught with potential for error as any we have discussed so far. In fact, the Victorian drawing room was perhaps the ultimate testing ground for gentlemanly behaviour, because this was where all the rules came together. Hat etiquette, glove etiquette, conversation rules, proper greetings, appropriate behaviour around ladies. Everything we have discussed converged in this one space, and there were specific rules about this space that will surprise you. Rules about which chair to sit in, about whether to stand when someone entered the room, about how long a visit should last, about what topics could be discussed and which must be avoided. The drawing room was supposed to be a comfortable, welcoming space, but the rules made it anything but comfortable. They made it another stage where performance was required and judgment was constant. Let me tell you about these drawing room rules, because they tie together everything we have learned and reveal the full complexity of Victorian social life in one concentrated space. The drawing room of the Bennet household in 1871 is decorated in the height of Victorian fashion. Heavy velvet curtains frame tall windows. Ornate furniture sits precisely arranged. A grand piano occupies one corner. Porcelain figurines crowd every surface. Everything is perfect, everything is in its place. And sitting in this carefully curated space is a young gentleman named Arthur, desperately trying to remember which topics he is allowed to discuss with the three ladies present, and which topics might destroy his reputation forever. Arthur has been calling on the Bennet family for 6 weeks now. He is interested in their eldest daughter, Margaret, but every visit feels like navigating a minefield blindfolded. Because Victorian conversation was not simply about exchanging ideas or getting to know someone. It was a highly regulated performance where saying the wrong thing, even with the best intentions, could mark you as unsuitable, improper, or worst of all, boring. There is a rule that appears in nearly every Victorian etiquette manual, stated with such consistency that it clearly represented a genuine anxiety of the era. When gentlemen converse with ladies, they should avoid topics such as politics, science, or commerce, and instead choose topics that ladies are likely to be interested in. At first glance, this might seem like a simple instruction, but think about what it actually means. Think about the assumptions embedded in this single sentence. It assumes that women as a category are not interested in politics, science, or commerce, that the running of nations, the workings of the natural world, and the mechanisms of business are masculine domains that should not trouble feminine minds. It assumes that there are certain topics that ladies are naturally interested in, and that gentlemen should restrict themselves to these safe subjects. What were these acceptable topics? Music, art, literature, the weather, fashion, social gossip within carefully defined limits, and perhaps travel, though even that had to be handled delicately. But here is the cruel paradox at the heart of this rule. Gentlemen were also instructed to be interesting conversationalists. They were supposed to be engaging, charming, capable of holding attention and creating pleasant social atmosphere. But how do you be interesting while discussing only the most superficial topics? How do you be engaging while avoiding anything of substance? How do you demonstrate your intelligence and education while pretending that half the subjects you know anything about do not exist? Arthur knows this struggle intimately. He has a genuine passion for geology. He has spent years studying rock formations, collecting mineral samples, reading the latest scientific papers. He finds it absolutely fascinating. But he cannot talk about it. Not here, not with Margaret. Because geology is science, and science is not a topic suitable for ladies. So instead he asks Margaret about the piano piece she played last week. He comments on the weather. He inquires politely about a book she mentioned reading. He is dying inside from boredom, but he smiles and nods and says all the right things. And Margaret? Margaret also studied geology secretly, reading her brother's university textbooks when no one was watching. She has questions about sedimentary layers that she would love to discuss with someone knowledgeable, but she cannot ask them, because expressing interest in geology would make her seem unfeminine, intellectual in a way that gentlemen supposedly found unappealing. So she smiles and talks about the piano and the weather and pretends to be exactly what society expects her to be. Two people sitting 3 feet apart, both interested in the same subject, both forbidden from discussing it, both performing a version of themselves that has been carefully edited to remove anything that might be considered inappropriate. This is what Victorian conversation etiquette created. Not connection, but elaborate mutual deception. But the rules went far beyond just topic selection. There were specific instructions about how to converse, about the rhythm and flow and social choreography of dialogue. One etiquette manual states quite seriously that no topic of absorbing interest may be admitted to polite conversation. It might lead to discussion. Read that again. No topic of absorbing interest. Because absorbing interest might lead to actual discussion, which apparently was dangerous. Why? Because discussion implies disagreement. It implies people holding different opinions and defending them. It implies genuine intellectual engagement. And all of that was seen as potential conflict, potential disharmony, potential disruption of the pleasant social atmosphere. So what was conversation supposed to be? Light, pleasant, agreeable, a gentle exchange of acceptable sentiments that everyone could nod along to without ever being challenged or stimulated or made to think too deeply. It was conversation as social lubrication, not as genuine communication. There is another rule that appears repeatedly. Do not monopolize the conversation. Do not tell long stories. Do not hold forth on any subject for more than a few minutes at a time. This seems reasonable at first. No one likes the person who dominates every conversation. But the Victorian version of this rule was more extreme. You were supposed to speak just enough to demonstrate that you were present and engaged, but not so much that you drew attention to yourself. The ideal Victorian conversationalist was almost invisible, present but unobtrusive, participating without dominating, speaking without really saying anything. Here is how one manual describes the perfect gentleman in conversation. He should be pleasant and affable. He should respond in more than monosyllables, but he should never draw undue attention to himself. He should make the appearance of being interested in what others say, whether he genuinely is or not. Notice that phrase, the appearance of being interested, not actual interest, just the performance of interest. The manual goes on to say that a gentleman should show particular attention to elderly people, should never interrupt another's story no matter how long or tiresome it may be, and should never, under any circumstances, argue about religion or attack the religious beliefs of anyone present. Arthur tries to follow all these rules. When Mrs. Bennet talks about her garden for 15 minutes, describing in exhaustive detail the problems with her roses, Arthur nods and makes small encouraging sounds. He is not interested in roses. He finds the monologue excruciating, but he makes the appearance of interest. When Mr. Bennet begins a long story about a business acquaintance that Arthur has already heard twice before, Arthur listens attentively. He does not interrupt. He does not let his attention wander visibly. He performs engagement even though his mind is elsewhere. This is exhausting. This is the part of Victorian etiquette that rarely gets discussed when we romanticize the era. The sheer mental and emotional exhaustion of constant performance, of never being able to simply be yourself, to express genuine interest or genuine boredom, to have authentic reactions to what is happening around you. Everything is filtered through the question of appropriateness. Everything is evaluated for its social acceptability before it reaches your lips. Now let us talk about some of the specific conversation crimes that could destroy your social standing. Talking about yourself too much was a major offence. The etiquette books are very clear about this. Do not make yourself the constant subject of conversation. Do not turn every topic back to your own experiences and opinions. The Victorian gentleman was supposed to demonstrate humility, to defer to others, to act as if his own life and thoughts were of minimal interest compared to those of the people around him. But here is the contradiction. You are also supposed to be accomplished enough, interesting enough, successful enough that people wanted to spend time with you. You were supposed to have travelled, to have read widely, to have opinions about art and music and literature. But you could not talk about any of this in a way that centered yourself. You had to find ways to demonstrate your accomplishments indirectly through casual mentions and self-deprecating anecdotes, while appearing not to care whether anyone noticed or not. The other major crime was gossip, But here is where Victorian society revealed its hypocrisy most clearly. Because gossip was simultaneously forbidden and absolutely central to Victorian social life, the manuals warn against it constantly. Do not talk scandal or rumours, do not spread stories about others, do not engage in speculation about people's private lives. And yet gossip was one of the primary ways information circulated in Victorian society. It was how reputations were made and destroyed, how social boundaries were enforced. Everyone did it, but everyone pretended not to. So the actual rule was more nuanced. You could gossip, but you had to do it correctly. You could not be the person who introduced scandalous information into a conversation. That would mark you as indiscreet, as someone who could not be trusted with sensitive information. But if someone else introduced the gossip, you could certainly participate in discussing it, as long as you maintained an air of concern rather than enjoyment, as long as you framed your contribution as reluctant sharing of unfortunately necessary information rather than salacious rumour-mongering. Arthur learned this lesson the hard way. Early in his acquaintance with the Bennets, he mentioned in passing that he had heard Mr. Whitmore, a local merchant, was having financial difficulties. This was true. It was becoming common knowledge. But Arthur introduced the information into the conversation. He saw the brief silence that followed, the quick glance between Mrs. Bennet and her daughter. He had committed a social error. He had shown himself to be someone who trafficked in other people's misfortunes. The conversation moved on, but the damage was done. It took him weeks of impeccable behaviour to recover from that single misstep. There were other forbidden topics. Illness was not to be discussed in polite company. Death, unless the family was in active mourning, was too morbid for drawing-room conversation. Money, except in the most indirect and euphemistic terms, was considered vulgar. Anything relating to the body or its functions was absolutely unmentionable. One manual actually states that a gentleman should never mention that he has eaten a meal, as this draws attention to the physical necessity of eating. Can you imagine living with these restrictions? Can you picture sitting through hours of social calls where you could not mention that you were hungry, could not discuss current political events because politics were forbidden, could not share your genuine interests because they might not be appropriate, could not tell an interesting story about your day because it might involve mentioning that you ate lunch? What was left to talk about? Pleasantries, safe generalities, observations about the weather that had been made 1,000 times before. And yet, despite all these restrictions, some topics were not just permitted but required. If you entered a room where someone was already present, you had to acknowledge them verbally. A simple nod was not enough. But the greeting could not be too familiar. The phrase "hello, old fellow" was considered vulgar, a sign of ill breeding. Instead, you were supposed to say something more formal. "Good afternoon. How do you do? I am pleased to see you." The greeting had to strike the right balance between warmth and formality, between acknowledgement and restraint. Here is another rule that reveals Victorian anxiety about class and propriety. If you were approached in a vulgar manner, if someone greeted you with "hello, old fellow" or some other informal phrase, you were instructed to give a civil reply, but address the person respectfully, in which case he is quite likely to be ashamed of his own conduct. In other words, respond to informality with formality. Use your superior manners to highlight the other person's lack of manners. Make them feel, through your impeccable behaviour, that they have revealed their lower social standing. This is social hierarchy maintained through micro-interactions. Every conversation became an opportunity to establish or reinforce status. Every exchange was evaluated not just for its content, but for what it revealed about the relative social positions of the speakers. There was also a specific rule about conversations in public gatherings. Do not hold private conversations in public gatherings. This makes sense on one level. Whispering in corners while at a party is rude to the host and to other guests. But the Victorian interpretation went further. Any conversation that was not loud enough for everyone present to hear was considered suspicious. What were you hiding? What were you discussing that could not be shared with the group? Private conversation in public space suggested secret alliances, exclusive friendships, potential scandal. Everything had to be transparent, auditable, open to the judgment of the group. Arthur has now been calling on the Bennets for 3 months. He has mastered the art of acceptable conversation. He can talk for hours without saying anything of substance. He can appear interested in topics that bore him. He can avoid every forbidden subject while still seeming engaged and pleasant. He has become fluent in the language of Victorian social performance. But something has been lost in the process. He does not feel like he knows Margaret any better now than he did after their first conversation. He has no idea what she really thinks about anything important. He does not know if they share values, if they would make good partners, if they could build a life together. All he knows is that she is accomplished at the piano, that she enjoys a certain type of novel, that she makes polite conversation competently. This is what Victorian conversation etiquette produced. Perfect strangers who had spent hours in each other's company. People who could exchange pleasantries flawlessly, but had never had a genuine conversation in their lives. And Margaret feels the same way. She knows that Arthur is polite, that he follows all the rules, that he is capable of sitting through her mother's long stories without showing impatience. But she does not know what excites him, what angers him, what he dreams about, what he fears. She does not know him, and given the rules they both have to follow, she is not sure she ever will. This is perhaps the saddest consequence of Victorian conversation etiquette. It did not bring people together. It kept them apart. It created the appearance of social connection while preventing genuine intimacy. It taught people to perform rather than to share, to hide rather than to reveal. The very rules designed to make social interaction smooth and pleasant actually made it hollow and lonely. There is a Victorian writer who, looking back on this era, observed that the drawing room had become a place where people gathered to be alone together, where they sat in the same room, spoke to each other in carefully modulated tones, followed all the rules, and yet never truly met, never truly connected, never broke through the elaborate performance to find the human being beneath. Arthur will eventually propose to Margaret, not because he knows her, but because the courtship has gone on long enough that a proposal is expected, because she has not discouraged him, which in the Victorian system counts as encouragement, because their families approve and their social positions align. They will marry, and perhaps over years of living together they will finally have the genuine conversations they could never have during courtship. Or perhaps they will simply continue the performance for the rest of their lives. Two people who share a home but remain strangers to each other. But before we leave the drawing room, before we move on from these conversation rules, there is one more aspect of Victorian social life we need to explore. Something that happened in these very rooms but was governed by an entirely different set of rules. Something that brought people together in a way that conversation never could, at least theoretically. I am talking about dancing. The ballroom, that glittering space where Victorian gentlemen and ladies could finally, briefly touch, where music and movement created opportunities for connection that conversation forbade. But of course, being Victorian, the rules around dancing and ballroom behaviour were just as complex, just as restrictive, just as prone to creating anxiety as everything else we have discussed. Let me tell you about the ballroom battlefield, because it deserves its own careful examination. The orchestra strikes up a waltz. Crystal chandeliers blaze with hundreds of candles, casting dancing shadows across a polished ballroom floor. Ladies in elaborate gowns line one side of the room, their chaperones seated in chairs along the wall like a row of sentries. Gentlemen in evening dress cluster on the opposite side, calculating their moves, planning their strategies, This is not a social gathering, this is war. Polite, perfectly choreographed, absolutely ruthless war, and the stakes are nothing less than your entire social future. Meet Charles, a young civil servant attending his first major ball in London, 1873. He has spent weeks preparing for this night. He has taken dancing lessons from a professional instructor. He has memorized the rules. He has practiced his steps until they are automatic, and yet, standing at the edge of this glittering ballroom, he is terrified, because he knows that a single misstep tonight, one wrong move on the dance floor, one violation of ballroom etiquette, could destroy his reputation before he's even had a chance to build one. Let us start with the most fundamental rule, the one that appears in every single etiquette manual with absolute consistency. No gentleman should attend a ball unless he can dance. This is not a suggestion. This is not advice for those who want to participate. This is an absolute requirement for attendance. If you cannot dance, you do not belong at a ball. Period. The manuals are explicit about this. An incompetent dancer is not only a nuisance to himself, but a positive torture to his partner. Think about what this means. Dancing was not optional for a Victorian gentleman. It was a required social skill as essential as knowing which fork to use at dinner or how to properly lift your hat. And this was not casual, informal dancing. This was structured, choreographed, technically demanding dancing. The waltz, the quadrille, the polka, the cotillion. Each dance had specific steps, specific patterns, specific timing. You had to know them all. You had to execute them flawlessly, because your partner was depending on you, and if you failed her, if you stepped on her dress or lost the rhythm or executed a turn incorrectly, you would humiliate both yourself and her. Charles has learned the steps, but now, standing in this actual ballroom with real music playing and real people watching, he realizes that practice in an empty studio is very different from performance in front of 200 pairs of judging eyes. The pressure is immense. But learning the steps was only the beginning, because there were rules about how to ask a lady to dance, rules about which lady you could ask, rules about when you could ask, rules about what to do during the dance itself, and rules about what happened after the dance ended. Every moment was prescribed, every action carried meaning, and mistakes were catalogued and discussed for weeks afterward. Here is the first major rule. No gentleman should ask a lady to dance unless he has previously met her acquaintance. You could not simply walk up to a woman who caught your eye and ask her to dance. That would be presumptuous in the extreme. You had to have been properly introduced first. And these introductions could only be made by certain people in certain ways. The hostess of the ball could make introductions, a mutual friend of appropriate social standing could make introductions, but you could not introduce yourself no matter how much you wanted to dance with someone. This created a peculiar problem. What if you attended a ball where you knew very few people? What if the lady you most wanted to dance with was a stranger? You were stuck. You could stand on the sidelines all night, watching others dance, unable to participate because you lacked the proper introductions. Some gentlemen would spend entire evenings trying to maneuver themselves into position for an introduction, only to have the ball end before they succeeded. The social gatekeeping was absolute. But let us say you have been introduced to a lady. Now you can ask her to dance, but even this has rules. You cannot ask her while she is already dancing with someone else. That would be disrespectful to her current partner. You cannot ask her while she is in conversation with others. That would be interrupting. You cannot ask her more than 2 dances ahead. That would be presumptuous, suggesting you expect her to save dances for you. The proper moment to ask is when she is seated near the dance floor, not actively engaged in conversation, and when the current dance is ending so the next will begin soon, and the asking itself must be done correctly. You approach, you bow slightly, you say something along the lines of, "Miss Thompson, may I have the honour of this dance?" Notice that word. Honour. Dancing with her is an honor she is granting you, not a casual activity you are proposing. The power dynamic must be acknowledged in the very phrasing of the request. She may accept, she may decline. But here is where it gets complicated. If she declines, stating that she is tired or needs to rest, she cannot then accept a dance with another gentleman immediately afterward. That would be a public insult to you. It would suggest that she specifically does not want to dance with you, which would humiliate you in front of everyone present. So if she declines your invitation, she is committing to sit out at least the next dance, possibly several dances, to maintain the fiction that she is genuinely tired rather than simply uninterested in you. This created a strategic dilemma for ladies. If you turned down a gentleman's request, you might end up sitting out multiple dances, missing opportunities to dance with others. But if you accepted every request, you might end up dancing with someone inappropriate, someone whose attention you did not want to encourage. The ballroom was as much a strategic game for women as it was for men. Charles successfully asks a young lady named Miss Hartley to dance. She accepts. He feels a surge of relief, but now comes the actual dancing, and with it, a whole new set of rules. The Etiquette Manual from 1857 provides incredibly detailed instructions. A gentleman, while dancing with a lady, should pay almost exclusive attention to her, and at the close of a dance ask her to take refreshments. Almost exclusive attention. Not complete attention, but almost. You are supposed to focus on your partner, to converse pleasantly with her while dancing, to make her feel that she was your sole concern at that moment. But what did almost mean? Could you glance at other couples to ensure you were maintaining proper spacing on the floor? Could you nod to an acquaintance you passed? The manual does not specify, leaving room for interpretation and error. But there was a rule that was absolutely clear and absolutely crucial. While dancing with a lady, you must not look at other women, not even glance at them, not even accidentally let your gaze wander. The manual from 1857 states this explicitly. It was considered vulgar, absolutely vulgar, to be ogling other women while you are supposed to be focused on your dance partner. Can you imagine trying to navigate a crowded dance floor, maintaining proper steps and rhythm and spacing, while also ensuring that your eyes never accidentally land on anyone except the person you're dancing with? The concentration required must have been exhausting. Now let us talk about the physical aspects of dancing, because here the rules become both specific and slightly absurd. We discussed in an earlier section that you could only touch a lady in very specific ways. During a dance, you were permitted to hold her hand and, for certain dances like the waltz, to place your hand on her waist. But even this permitted contact had strict guidelines. The manual Hints on Etiquette and the Usages of Society, published in 1844, provides instructions that border on poetry in their specificity. Dance quietly. Do not kick and caper about, nor sway your body to and fro. Dance only from the hips downwards, and lead the lady as lightly as you would tread a measure with a spirit of gossamer. Let me translate this. Your upper body must remain almost perfectly still. No arm movements except those required to hold your partner. No shoulder movements, no head bobbing. All motion comes from your hips and legs. You are supposed to glide across the floor with your torso as steady as if you were balancing a book on your head. And you must hold your partner so lightly, with such delicate touch, that it is as if she is made of gossamer, that impossibly fine, nearly weightless fabric. Any tighter grip, any suggestion that you are actually exerting force or control would be improper. Another manual adds to this. Never, under any pretext, put your arm around a lady's waist in public, except during the actual figures of the dance that require it. In other words, even during a waltz where waist holding is part of the dance, you must release your hold the instant the dance ends. You cannot let your hand linger even for a second. You cannot walk off the dance floor with your arm still around her waist. The touching is permitted only for the exact duration of the prescribed dance movements, not a moment longer. Charles is trying to remember all of this while actually dancing. Keep his upper body still. Move only from the hips down. Hold Miss Hartley lightly. Look only at her. Maintain proper spacing from other couples. Execute the correct steps. Not trip on her dress. Carry on pleasant conversation, all simultaneously. It is like trying to juggle while walking a tightrope while reciting poetry. The mental and physical coordination required is staggering, and we have not even talked about what happens if you make a mistake. One of the most mortifying possibilities was damaging your partner's dress. Remember, these ladies were wearing elaborate gowns with multiple layers of fabric, often featuring delicate lace, expensive silk, intricate beadwork. The dresses could cost more than some people earned in a year, and you, the gentleman, were responsible for ensuring that your dancing did not damage this dress. The etiquette manuals warn about this constantly. When dancing with a lady, he should be careful not to injure her dress, for delicate skirts are easily torn. If you stepped on her hem, if your shoe caught in her lace, if you turned too quickly and caused her to stumble into another couple, you could rip or stain or otherwise damage a garment that represented a significant investment. The financial implications alone were serious, but beyond that, damaging a lady's dress at a ball would be talked about for months. You would be known as that clumsy man who ruined Miss Thompson's gown. The social cost could be devastating. So gentlemen danced in a constant state of low-level anxiety, hyper-aware of where their feet were, how close they were to their partner's skirts, whether any movement they made might cause disaster. Dancing was supposed to be joyful, liberating, fun, but the Victorian system turned it into another test, another opportunity for failure, another source of stress. Now, let us talk about what happened after the dance ended, because the responsibilities of a gentleman did not stop when the music stopped. According to the rules, after completing a dance, a gentleman should escort his partner back to her seat, ensure she is comfortably situated, bow, and then withdraw. He should not linger. He should not try to claim her attention for the next dance immediately. He must return her to her chaperone and step away, allowing other gentlemen the opportunity to approach her. But there was an important exception. The choice of a dance partner for the last dance before supper was especially significant. Why? Because the gentleman who danced the last dance before supper was expected to escort his partner to supper, to sit with her, to provide her with refreshments, to be her companion during the meal. This was the closest thing to choosing a dinner companion that the ball structure allowed. So asking a lady for that particular dance was a statement of special interest. Everyone understood this. Everyone watched to see who escorted whom to supper. Charles has made it through his first dance with Miss Hartley without disaster. He has not stepped on her dress. He has not looked at other women. He has conversed pleasantly about acceptable topics. He has maintained the proper upper body stillness. And now he must escort her back to her chaperone, bow, and withdraw. But he wants to ask her for another dance. Specifically, he wants to ask her for the supper dance. This would signal his serious interest. But is it too presumptuous? They have only danced once. Is asking for the supper dance after only one previous dance too forward? Would it seem desperate? Or would waiting and risking that another gentleman asks her first be even worse? These calculations ran through the minds of Victorian gentlemen constantly. Every decision was fraught. Every choice carried implications. The ballroom was indeed a battlefield, and the weapons were etiquette rules and social signals and the constant fear of making a mistake. Here is another rule that must have caused tremendous awkwardness. If a gentleman asked a lady to dance and she accepted, but then during the dance he realized that she was a terrible dancer, or that they were completely incompatible in rhythm and style. He was stuck. He could not cut the dance short. He could not make excuses and leave the floor early. He had to see the dance through to its conclusion, no matter how uncomfortable or difficult it became. To abandon a lady in the middle of a dance would be unforgivable. You would be socially destroyed. So you smiled and persevered and tried to make the best of it, and then you simply avoided asking her to dance ever again. There is a passage in an 1847 etiquette manual that addresses this directly. No man should attempt to dance unless he has thoroughly mastered the steps. An awkward dancer is not only a nuisance to himself, but a positive torture to his partner. If you find yourself partnered with such a person, you must maintain your composure and see the dance through with patience and courtesy. Complaining or showing displeasure would reflect poorly on you, not on the incompetent dancer. So even if your partner was terrible, you had to pretend that everything was fine. Now, earlier in our discussion, we talked about how the Victorian courtship system made it nearly impossible for couples to actually get to know each other. The ballroom was supposed to be an exception to this. The thinking was that dancing together, moving in physical coordination, maintaining conversation while performing complex steps, would reveal something about compatibility. You would learn if your partner was graceful or clumsy, patient or easily flustered, capable of maintaining composure under pressure or prone to anxiety. And there was some truth to this. Dancing did require a form of cooperation and communication that sitting in a supervised parlour did not. But the problem was that dancing itself was so governed by rules, so constrained by propriety, that it too became another form of performance rather than authentic interaction. You were not dancing as yourself, you were dancing as the idealized Victorian gentleman or lady, following the prescribed steps, maintaining the appropriate demeanour, saying the acceptable things. Your authentic self was hidden beneath layers of training and social expectation. Charles and Miss Hartley danced together 3 times over the course of the evening. By the 3rd dance, they have achieved a comfortable rhythm. They move well together. They can converse easily while maintaining the steps. To an observer, they would appear to be compatible, well-matched, potentially a good couple. But do they actually know each other? Has the dancing revealed anything about who they really are? Or has it simply proven that they are both competent at following rules? Here is what strikes me about Victorian ballroom etiquette. It took an activity that could be joyful, spontaneous, and expressive and turned it into another arena of judgment and performance. Dancing could have been one of the few spaces in Victorian society where people could let go a bit, where the physical movement and the music could create a sense of freedom and possibility. But instead, the rules made even dancing into work, into something that required constant vigilance and perfect execution. And yet, despite all these rules and restrictions, balls remained hugely popular throughout the Victorian era. Young people looked forward to them. Families invested significant resources in ball gowns and evening wear. Invitations to prestigious balls were highly sought after. Why? Because for all the rules and anxiety and performance, balls were still one of the very few socially acceptable venues where unmarried men and women could interact, where you could meet potential spouses, where courtship could begin, where within very constrained boundaries a form of socializing could occur. The ballroom was the marriage market. Everyone understood this. The balls held during the social season, roughly January through June, were specifically designed to allow young people of appropriate social classes to meet and evaluate each other as potential matches. Parents brought their daughters. Young men attended hoping to find suitable wives. The dancing was merely the mechanism. The real purpose was matchmaking. Charles will eventually marry Miss Hartley, not because their dancing revealed deep compatibility, but because they danced together multiple times over several months of balls, because their families approved, because their social positions aligned, because neither made any major social errors that would have disqualified them. The ballroom did its job. It facilitated a socially appropriate marriage between two people who could dance together without causing scandal. But as we step away from the ballroom, as the music fades and the candles burn low, I want you to think about all the rules we have covered. The calling cards with their folded corners, the absolute prohibition on touching, the obsession with mustaches and beards, the 129 rules for dining, the elaborate courtship rituals, the proposal anxieties, the hat and glove protocols, the constrained conversations, the carefully choreographed dancing, all of these rules, all of this structure, all of this control. What was it all for? What was the point? We are almost at the end of our journey through Victorian gentleman rules, and I want to spend our remaining time thinking about what all these rules reveal about Victorian society, what they were trying to accomplish, what they actually accomplished, and what lessons, if any, we can take from this bizarre, restrictive, occasionally beautiful, often tragic system. Because understanding the Victorians means understanding not just what they did, but why they did it. And that why, that deeper purpose behind all these rules, is worth exploring carefully as we bring our story to a close. Before we step back to examine the bigger picture, there is one more aspect of Victorian gentlemen's life that we absolutely must discuss. Something that underpinned all the elaborate social rituals, all the careful dress and grooming, all the performances of refinement and civilization. Something so fundamental that the Victorians wrote entire chapters about it in their etiquette manuals. I am talking about personal hygiene. And when you hear what Victorian gentlemen were advised to do, and more importantly what they were advised not to do, you will understand why those carefully maintained beards and meticulously brushed hats were so important. They were hiding a reality that would shock us today. Open any Victorian etiquette manual to the chapter on personal care and you will find advice that seems to come from another planet. Take, for example, the guidance published in Thomas E. Hill's Manual of Social and Business Forms in 1875. The section on bathing begins with what seems like reasonable advice. Upon arising, take a complete bath. A simple washing out of the eyes is not sufficient. The complete bathing of the body once each day is of the utmost importance. So far, so good, right? Daily bathing. We can agree with that. But then comes the next sentence. Not more than a quart of water is necessary, preferably rainwater. Wait, let me make sure you heard that correctly. A complete bath of the entire body using no more than 1 quart of water. That is 32 fluid ounces. 4 cups. Barely enough to fill a large mixing bowl. You are supposed to bathe your entire body with this amount of water. How is that even physically possible? How do you wash thoroughly with so little water? The answer is that you did not wash thoroughly. You could not. The Victorian concept of a complete bath was fundamentally different from ours. The technique involved using a sponge or washcloth, dampening it with the small amount of water available, and wiping down your body section by section. You are not immersed in water. You are not even standing under running water. You are essentially giving yourself a sponge bath, using minimal water, probably not getting very clean by modern standards, and calling this a complete bath. And this was the advice for people who could afford to follow etiquette manuals. The upper and middle classes, the people with resources. Imagine what bathing was like for those with less. But here is what makes this even more interesting. The manual specifies that rainwater is preferable. Why? Because in the 1870s, most urban areas did not have reliable clean water systems. The water that came from wells or pumps might be contaminated, might carry disease, might be unsafe. Rainwater collected in barrels was considered purer, safer, better for bathing. So the wealthy would collect rainwater specifically for personal hygiene, while using well water for other purposes. The logistics of this system, the planning required, the sheer effort of maintaining barrels of collected rainwater for bathing, it boggles the mind. And bathing daily was actually controversial advice. Many medical professionals of the era believed that bathing too frequently was dangerous, that it weakened the constitution, made you more susceptible to illness, stripped away natural protective oils from the skin. There were prominent doctors who argued that bathing once a week was sufficient for maintaining health, and that daily bathing was an unnecessary luxury that might actually cause harm. Can you imagine medical professionals advising against daily bathing? Now let us talk about hair care, because this is where Victorian hygiene advice becomes truly peculiar. The same manual states that the head should be washed occasionally with soap and water. Occasionally. Not daily. Not even weekly. Occasionally. How often is occasionally? Once a month? Every few months? The manual does not specify, leaving it to individual judgment. But the implication is clear. Washing your hair was not a regular practice. And then comes the recommendation for dealing with hair that is dry or harsh. When the hair is inclined to be harsh and dry, a moderate application of bear's grease or other dressing should be used. Bear's grease, fat rendered from bears. This was a common hair product in Victorian times. You would apply animal fat to your hair to make it softer and more manageable. And because you are not washing your hair frequently, this grease would remain in your hair for extended periods, collecting dust and dirt, becoming increasingly rancid, creating what must have been a distinctive smell. Think about what this means when we consider all the social rules we have discussed. The gentleman lifting his hat to greet a lady on the street. That hat was covering hair that had not been washed in weeks, hair that was coated in bear grease or similar products, hair that would have had a very strong odour, the lady accepting his greeting, her hair similarly unwashed and greased. Both of them pretending that everything was perfectly refined and civilized. The cognitive dissonance is staggering, but it gets even more interesting when we look at advice about skincare. One passage states, "Beware of exterior applications of cosmetics. Instead, once every 2 or 3 months, take a teaspoonful of powdered charcoal mixed with sweetened water or milk." Yes, drinking charcoal. This was supposed to improve your complexion from the inside out. The Victorian belief was that true beauty came from internal health, not external applications. So instead of using creams or lotions on your skin, you were supposed to consume charcoal periodically and hope that it somehow made your skin look better. There is no medical basis for this, of course. Charcoal does not improve complexion, but the Victorians, operating with incomplete medical knowledge and a strong belief in internal purity manifesting as external beauty, sincerely thought this was good advice, and people followed it. Gentlemen would drink charcoal mixtures, endure the taste and texture, all in the belief that it would make them more attractive. Now, we need to talk about the handkerchief because Victorian handkerchief etiquette reveals so much about their attitudes toward bodily functions. There is a specific rule stated in multiple manuals: unless you are a snuff taker, never carry any but a white pocket handkerchief. This seems simple. White handkerchiefs only. But think about what a white handkerchief means in practice. It shows every stain, every spot of dirt, every trace of use. Carrying a white handkerchief meant that everyone could see whether it was clean or soiled. This was intentional. The white handkerchief was a signal of refinement and cleanliness. A gentleman with a pristine white handkerchief was demonstrating that he had the resources to maintain clean linens, that he had servants who could launder handkerchiefs regularly, that he was not the sort of person who would allow himself to appear with soiled items. The handkerchief became another marker of social status. But here is the interesting contradiction. The manuals also state that when using a handkerchief, you should do so as quietly and unobtrusively as possible. Also be as quiet and unobtrusive in the action as possible, without glancing at it afterwards. You are supposed to use your handkerchief without drawing attention to the act, without looking at what you had just used it for. The bodily function must be acknowledged but immediately dismissed. made invisible, erased from social awareness. This creates an absurd scenario. You must carry a white handkerchief that displays every use, but you must use it without anyone noticing. You must maintain it in pristine condition, but you must not be seen examining it or cleaning it. The contradictions are built into the system. And speaking of bodily functions, there is a rule that appears in the most comprehensive etiquette manuals, stated with perfect seriousness. An eminent man has said, "In all the discussions and differences of opinion as to what constitutes a gentleman, all disputants unite in excluding the man who blows his nose with his fingers." This was apparently such a common behaviour that it needed to be explicitly forbidden in written guides. Gentlemen, do not blow your nose with your fingers, use a handkerchief. The fact that this needed to be stated tells us something about actual Victorian behaviour versus Victorian ideals. Now let us talk about something that will seem incredibly strange to modern sensibilities: Victorian attitudes toward mouths and breathing. There are multiple rules about this in the etiquette manuals, and they reveal a fascinating anxiety about the mouth as a site of potential vulgarity. One rule states, "Avoid the habit of letting your lip drop and mouth remain open." Shut your mouth is the advice of a learned man who has written on the subject of etiquette. Breathe through the nostrils and not through the mouth. The reasoning given is that breathing through the mouth indicates weakness of character, that an open mouth makes you appear foolish or feeble-minded. The advice continues, "Sleep with your mouth closed. Keep it closed except when you open it for a purpose." An open mouth indicates feebleness of character, while the habit affects the teeth and the general health. Imagine trying to follow this advice. You are supposed to be conscious of your mouth at all times, even while sleeping, ensuring that it remains closed unless you are actively eating or speaking. The level of self-monitoring required is extraordinary, and the assumption that mouth breathing indicates character flaws, that you can judge someone's moral fibre by whether they breathe through their nose or mouth, this tells us so much about Victorian physiognomy beliefs. There is another rule related to facial expressions that is both sad and revealing. Avoid wearing a grin on your face, and you will avoid looking destitute of wits. A smiling face is pleasant to see. Cultivate a cheerful, contented look. It will do your friends a great deal of good and add much to your own pleasure. Notice the distinction. Grinning is bad. It makes you look stupid. But a cheerful, contented look is good. What is the difference? A grin is spontaneous, uncontrolled, possibly excessive. A cheerful look is modulated, appropriate, controlled. Once again, the authentic response must be suppressed in favour of the socially acceptable performance. Now here is something that connects back to the table manners we discussed earlier. There is a specific rule about not decorating your clothing with food. The manual states, "Please do not decorate your shirt front with egg or coffee drippings, and do not ornament your coat lapels with grease spots. Use care, and you can prevent these accidents." It is rather disgusting to see a gentleman bearing upon his apparel an ocular demonstration of having been to breakfast or dinner. The fact that this needed to be stated suggests that Victorian gentlemen frequently had food stains on their clothing, and given their limited bathing and cleaning practices, these stains probably remained visible for extended periods. The gentleman who spilled egg on his shirt at breakfast might be wearing that same shirt with that same egg stain for days before it was laundered. The visual and olfactory reality of Victorian life must have been quite different from the refined image the etiquette manuals were trying to project. Here is something that will surprise you. There was advice about dental hygiene, but it was minimal and often misguided. Toothbrushing was recommended, but not necessarily daily, and the tooth powders and pastes available in the Victorian era often contained abrasive substances that damaged tooth enamel over time. Many people lost their teeth young, not just from decay but from the cleaning products they used. And once teeth were lost, dentures were uncomfortable, ill-fitting, and often removed for eating, creating awkward social situations. The Victorian gentleman with his perfectly groomed moustache and impeccable top hat might have missing teeth, might have breath that smelled of decay, might have unwashed hair greased with bear fat under that hat, might not have bathed thoroughly in weeks. But as long as he followed the etiquette rules, as long as he presented the right external image, these realities could be overlooked or ignored. The performance mattered more than the reality. This brings us to something I find both fascinating and a little heartbreaking: the enormous gap between Victorian ideals and Victorian reality. The etiquette manuals presented a vision of perfect refinement, of a gentleman who were clean, well-groomed, civilized in every particular. But the actual hygiene practices of the era made this impossible. The water systems were inadequate. The understanding of germs and disease was incomplete. The cleaning products and methods were often ineffective or even harmful. So Victorian gentlemen were trying to achieve an impossible standard with inadequate tools, and this created a culture of denial and pretense. Everyone knew that perfect cleanliness was unattainable. Everyone knew that the gentleman in the spotless white gloves probably had dirty hands inside those gloves. Everyone knew that the lady in the beautiful gown had not bathed in any thorough way for weeks. But no one acknowledged this. Everyone maintained the fiction. Everyone performed refinement even when the underlying reality was quite different. There is something profoundly human about this, about wanting to be better than we are, about creating ideals even when we cannot fully achieve them, about agreeing collectively to maintain a polite fiction because the alternative, facing the messy reality, is too uncomfortable. The Victorians were masters of this, masters of the beautiful lie, the agreed-upon pretense, the performance of civilization even when civilization was only sin-deep. And perhaps this explains more than anything else why Victorian etiquette was so elaborate and so strict. Because the rules created a framework within which imperfect people could perform perfection. The gentleman who had not bathed properly could still execute a perfect hat lift. The lady whose hair had not been washed in a month could still make a proper social call if she followed all the protocols. The rules allowed you to appear civilized even when the basic requirements of what we now consider civilized living were beyond your reach. This is not meant to mock the Victorians. They were doing the best they could with the knowledge and resources they had. But it is meant to remind us that the elegant, refined Victorian era we see in period dramas and read about in novels was, in many ways, a carefully constructed illusion. Behind the top hats and calling cards and elaborate balls was a grittier, smellier, less pleasant reality, and the gap between the two was maintained through collective agreement to focus on performance and ignore reality. So as we come to the final part of our journey through Victorian gentleman rules, as we prepare to draw some conclusions about what all of this meant and what we can learn from it, I want you to hold on to this image. The Victorian gentleman in his finest clothes, his hat perfectly positioned, his gloves immaculate, his calling card properly engraved, performing refinement, following every rule, maintaining the fiction of perfect civilization, while underneath it all, quite literally, unwashed and unclean by modern standards. This contrast, this gap between appearance and reality, between the ideal and the actual, this might be the most Victorian thing of all, and it sets the stage perfectly for our final reflections on what this elaborate system of rules was really about, what it accomplished, and what it cost the people who lived within it. So here we are, at the end of our journey through the strange, elaborate, sometimes beautiful, often heartbreaking world of Victorian gentlemen's etiquette. We've walked through so many rules together. The calling cards with their mysteriously folded corners, the absolute terror of touching a woman's hand, the obsessive cultivation of the perfect moustache, The 129 rules for not spilling your soup, the bureaucratic nightmare of courtship, the agony of the marriage proposal, the complex choreography of hat removal, the ever-present gloves hiding unwashed hands, the conversations that said nothing, the dances that revealed even less, and finally, the shocking reality of Victorian hygiene hiding beneath all that careful presentation. But now I want to step back with you. I want us to think together about what all of this actually meant, because these rules were not random. They were not arbitrary collections of strange behaviours that Victorians followed for no reason. There was a purpose behind all of this, a logic, even if that logic seems foreign to us now, and understanding that purpose, that deeper why beneath all the surface what's, that is what will help us truly understand the Victorian era and perhaps even learn something about ourselves. Let me take you back to where we started. The young gentleman, Edward, standing nervously outside a house in 1875, clutching his calling card, terrified of making a mistake. Or Thomas, lifting his hat to Miss Morrison on the street, calculating the exact timing and hand position. Or Frederick, sweating through a formal dinner, mentally checking off rules as he navigated each course. Or Henry, sitting in supervised parlours for months, never truly knowing the woman he was courting. Or Charles, dancing with Miss Hartley while keeping his upper body perfectly still and his eyes locked only on her face. What were all these men really doing? What was the point of all this anxiety, all this performance, all this exhausting vigilance? The answer, I think, lies in understanding what the Victorian era was fundamentally about. And that comes down to one word: control. The Victorian era, particularly in Britain, but also in America and across the Western world, was a time of unprecedented change. The Industrial Revolution was transforming everything about how people lived and worked. Ancient class structures that had been stable for centuries were suddenly in flux. People who had been poor were becoming wealthy through manufacturing and trade. Cities were growing at staggering rates. Traditional social hierarchies were being challenged. The old certainties were crumbling, and this terrified the people in power. The elaborate etiquette system that we have been exploring was, at its core, a response to this anxiety about change. It was an attempt to maintain social order through behavioural control. If you could not control who made money anymore, you could at least control who was accepted in polite society. If you could not prevent new wealth from being created, you could at least make sure that new wealth did not automatically translate into social acceptance. The etiquette rules became a barrier, a test, a way to separate those who truly belonged from those who were merely trying to climb. Think about what we have learned. The calling card system required years of training to master. You could not just buy calling cards and start using them correctly. You had to know the rules, understand the subtle signals, execute the protocols perfectly. This knowledge was passed down through families, taught from childhood. If you were not raised in the upper classes, you would make mistakes. You would reveal yourself as an outsider. The system was designed to do exactly this. The same was true for table manners. Yes, anyone could learn to use a fork, but knowing which fork to use for which course, understanding the proper pace of a meal, executing all 129 rules simultaneously while making it look effortless, this required the kind of training that only came from growing up in a household where formal dinners were routine. The complexity was the point. The difficulty was intentional. It kept outsiders out. Even the hygiene standards, or lack thereof, played into this. The gentleman who could afford servants to collect rainwater for his baths, who could pay for regular laundering of white handkerchiefs, who could purchase bear's grease and charcoal and all the recommended products, he was demonstrating his resources. The elaborate grooming rituals, the expensive hats and gloves, the costly evening wear, all of it required wealth to maintain. The performance of gentlemanliness was expensive, and that expense was part of the point. But here is what I find most interesting about the Victorian etiquette system. It did not actually work, not in the way it was supposed to, because the thing about rules is that they can be learned. The thing about performance is that it can be practiced. And over the course of the Victorian era, more and more people from lower social classes did learn the rules, did practice the performances, did manage to pass the tests. The sons of wealthy merchants studied etiquette manuals and hired tutors. They learned to dance, to make polite conversation, to execute perfect hat lifts. Their daughters were sent to finishing schools where they learned everything that aristocratic daughters learned. And gradually, despite all the barriers, despite all the complexity, the new middle class did integrate into polite society. The rules could not keep them out forever. So in the end, what did all these elaborate protocols accomplish? They created a generation of people who were incredibly anxious about social performance, who spent enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy monitoring their behavior, calculating their actions, performing refinement. They created marriages between people who barely knew each other. They prevented genuine connection in favor of proper form. They valued appearance over authenticity, performance over substance, conformity over individuality. And yet, I do not want to be too harsh on the Victorians, because there were positive aspects to this system as well. The emphasis on courtesy, on consideration for others, on creating pleasant social environments, these were not entirely bad goals. The idea that you should modify your behavior to make others comfortable, that you should think before you speak, that you should treat all people with a baseline level of respect regardless of your personal feelings. These are actually good principles. The problem was not the goal of creating a civil society. The problem was the method. The Victorians took the reasonable idea that we should be considerate of others and turned it into an oppressive system of control that prevented authentic human connection. They took the sensible notion that some level of behavioral standards makes social life easier and expanded it into hundreds of arbitrary rules that served mainly to enforce class boundaries. There is a letter that I came across while researching this subject. It was written in 1892 by a young woman who had just married and moved to London from a rural area. She wrote to her sister describing her first formal dinner party, and she said something that has stayed with me. She wrote, "I followed every rule perfectly. I made no mistakes that I could detect. Everyone was polite to me, and yet I have never felt so alone in my life. Surrounded by people, engaged in conversation, performing every required behavior, and feeling utterly isolated. This is what civilization is supposed to be." That letter captures something essential about the cost of Victorian etiquette, the profound loneliness of perfect performance, the isolation that comes from never being able to show your authentic self, the exhaustion of constant vigilance, the sadness of marriages built on proper courtship protocols rather than genuine knowledge of each other, the tragedy of spending your entire life playing a role instead of being yourself. But here is what I want you to think about. How different are we really? Yes, we have abandoned most of the specific Victorian rules. We do not fuss about calling cards or hat angles or whether our handkerchiefs are white. We bathe with much more than a quart of water, thank goodness. We marry people we have actually gotten to know rather than courting them through supervised parlour visits. But we have our own performances, do we not? Our own anxieties about how we are perceived, our own rules about what can be said and what must remain hidden. We worry about our social media presence the way Victorians worried about their calling cards. We craft carefully curated versions of ourselves for public consumption. We perform success and happiness even when the reality is different. We judge others based on surface appearances and superficial signals. We maintain to hierarchies through subtle markers of status and belonging. The specific rules have changed. The technology has changed. but that fundamental human tendency to create elaborate systems of social performance, to judge others based on their mastery of arbitrary codes, to value appearance over authenticity, that has not changed nearly as much as we might like to think. And perhaps that is the real lesson of Victorian gentlemen's etiquette. Not that the Victorians were strange and silly and obsessed with ridiculous rules, but that they were human, dealing with universal human anxieties about belonging and status and acceptance, creating systems to manage those anxieties, and sometimes getting so caught up in the systems that they forgot what the systems were supposed to accomplish in the first place. We can laugh at the Victorian gentleman spending $70 on a tiny mustache comb, but how much do we spend on products and services designed to help us present the right image? We can shake our heads at the complexity of calling card etiquette, but how much time do we spend crafting the perfect text message or email or social media post? We can feel sorry for the couples who married as strangers after months of supervised courtship. But how many of us present carefully edited versions of ourselves in our own relationships, hiding parts of who we are because we fear judgment or rejection? The Victorians were not alien to us. They were us, wearing different clothes, following different rules, but wrestling with the same fundamental questions. How do I belong? How do I prove I am worthy? How do I navigate a complex social world without making mistakes that will cost me? How do I balance authentic self-expression with social acceptance? These are timeless human struggles. The Victorian solutions were elaborate and often misguided, but the questions themselves, those are still our questions. So what can we learn from all of this? What wisdom can we extract from this journey through calling cards and mustache combs and 1-quart baths? I think there are a few things worth holding on to. First, be suspicious of complexity for its own sake. When social rules become so elaborate that they require professional instruction to master, when the barriers to entry are so high that they exclude most people, something has gone wrong. Simple courtesy and consideration for others should not require hundreds of rules. If the system is too complex, the system might be the problem. Second, recognize the cost of constant performance. The Victorians paid a heavy price for their obsession with proper form. Loneliness, anxiety, marriages without intimacy, friendships without depth. We should be careful not to make the same mistake in our own lives, even if the performances we engage in look different from Victorian etiquette. Third, remember that all social rules are, at some level, arbitrary. The Victorians thought that breathing through your mouth indicated weak character. They thought that touching the brim of your hat versus lifting it entirely conveyed meaningful information. They thought that folding different corners of a calling card sent important social signals. And they were wrong, or rather, these things only meant what everyone agreed they meant. And when the agreement changed, the meanings evaporated. Our own social rules are the same. The things we think matter desperately. The behaviours we think indicate important truths about character and worth. Many of these are just as arbitrary as Victorian hat etiquette. They matter only because we agree they matter, and that agreement can change. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, value authenticity over performance whenever you can. The Victorians created a system where performance was everything and authenticity was suppressed, and it made many of them miserable. We have more freedom than they did, more ability to be ourselves, to show our imperfections, to connect with others in genuine ways. We should use that freedom. We should resist the pressure to constantly perform perfection. We should seek relationships and communities where we can be real rather than refined. But here is the thing. Even as I say all of this, I recognize that it is complicated. Because we do live in society, we do need to navigate social expectations. Complete disregard for social norms is not a viable strategy for most people. The Victorians were not wrong to think that some level of behavioural standards make social life possible. They were just wrong about the specific standards they chose and the rigidity with which they enforced them. So perhaps the real wisdom is this: follow social rules when they serve the purpose of making interactions smoother and more pleasant for everyone. Be considerate of others. Think before you speak. Treat people with basic respect and courtesy, but resist rules that exist mainly to enforce hierarchy or exclude others or prevent genuine connection. Question complexity. Value substance over appearance. Choose authenticity when you can, while recognizing that perfect authenticity all the time is neither possible nor wise. The Victorian gentleman standing at that threshold with his calling card was trying to navigate these same tensions, trying to be accepted while also being himself, trying to follow the rules while also pursuing his own goals and desires. He was doing his best with the options available to him, and sometimes his best was pretty good, and sometimes it was heartbreakingly inadequate. Just like us, just like all of us, in every era trying to figure out how to be human in a complicated social world. I started this journey by asking you to imagine a world where a tiny piece of paper could make or break your social existence, where the angle of your hat communicated volumes, where you could know someone for months and still be strangers. And I hope over the course of these hours together, that world has become real for you, that you have felt the anxiety of Frederick at the dinner table, the confusion of Henry trying to ascertain a lady's feelings, the exhaustion of Robert managing his 14 pairs of gloves, the loneliness of Arthur and Margaret unable to discuss the geology they both loved. These people were real. They lived these lives. They navigated these absurd rules. And underneath all the strangeness, underneath all the elaborate protocols and the 1-quart baths and the calling cards and the mustache combs, they were just people, trying to belong, trying to be loved, trying to build good lives within the constraints of the system they inherited, and sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing, but always trying. We are not so different. Our rules have changed, our technologies have changed, but that fundamental human need to connect, to belong, to be seen and accepted as we truly are, that has not changed at all. The Victorians could not solve that challenge, despite all their elaborate etiquette, and neither have we, despite all our modern freedom. It is perhaps the eternal human question: how do we balance our individual authenticity with our social nature? How do we be ourselves while also being part of something larger? How do we connect genuinely in a world that often demands performance? I do not have the answer. The Victorians certainly did not have the answer. But maybe the question itself is worth sitting with, worth thinking about, worth bringing into your own life and examining how you navigate these tensions in your own way, with your own rules, in your own time. Thank you for taking this journey with me through the strange and wonderful world of Victorian gentlemen's etiquette. I hope you have laughed at some of the absurdities. I hope you have felt compassion for the people trapped in these systems. I hope you have recognized some of yourself in their struggles, and I hope, maybe, you will think a little differently about the social rules you follow, question why you follow them, and choose more consciously which ones serve you and which ones do not. The Victorian era ended more than a century ago. The specific rules we've discussed are long gone, but the lessons, the human truths beneath those rules, those remain relevant. Those are timeless. Those are ours to learn from if we choose. Rest well wherever you are in the world right now. Think about these things if you want to, or let them fade into dreams. Either way, you have travelled a long journey tonight, and you deserve rest. And when you are ready, when you want to explore another fascinating corner of history, another strange and wonderful way that humans have tried to make sense of their world, I will be here. There are so many more stories to tell, so many more mysteries to unravel, so many more moments in history when people were both exactly like us and completely different from us. Until then, sleep well. Dream of mustache combs and calling cards if you must. And remember that you are allowed to be imperfect. You are allowed to make mistakes. You are allowed to be human in all your complicated, messy, authentic glory. The Victorians could not give themselves that permission, but you can, and that perhaps is the greatest gift our modern era has given us. The freedom to be a little less perfect and a little more real. Good night, dear friends. Thank you for listening. And I will see you again soon for another story, another journey, another late-night exploration of the strange and beautiful ways humans have lived on this earth. Until then, rest well.